26 in Jacksonville, by the way.
I watched the first episode of the morning show. It has potential. It has potential.
The Aniston.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
It's old. I mean, it's like 7 years old now.
I was going to say they've done 4 years.
Yeah. I just did that because I don't know if Eve would want to watch it. And when we're together, I saved, because I've got Apple TV now. I saved Ted Lasso so she and I can watch together.
The first 2 years are kind of its own little thing, and then it goes a very different route year 3 and a very different route year 4.
I like both actresses.
By the way, David, 38 in Fort Myers this morning. Mark, Roger, by the way, Roger's sitting in with me this morning, David, a little refresher. He said to watch what, Roger?
The Studio with Seth Rogen on Apple TV.
The Studio with Seth Rogen on Apple TV.
All right, I saw that.
Is that a one-time thing or is it a series?
Series.
It's the season.
Studio, Seth Rogen, Apple TV.
$37 here. Oh, that's at home. What's Tampa here? 36 at Steinbrenner Field. Feeling great, Raiders. Feeling great. Looking good, Mortimer. Feeling good.
Feeling good.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this first Tuesday of February. Hope your week got off to a good start, and thanks for starting your chilly day off with us. How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Day 2 of the Moffitt Cancer Center tour from one Mark Miller. They take you down a different hallway yesterday. You see the sights, anything?
David, I am locked on the floor that I am on. I cannot leave the double doors. This is a, I don't know about secured is not the right word, but I guess it is. It's like a secured unit. You don't leave the floor that I'm on.
Okay. All right.
So I don't go. It is 11 laps to walk a mile.
Right.
So I did 2 of those yesterday. That, big day.
So you had 20.
Yesterday was a lot busier day than Sunday. Sunday, there are not a lot of people here. Folks do get the weekends off.
Right.
So yesterday, I had more people in this room introducing themselves to me. It literally, from the time the show ended until about noon, it was a nonstop barrage of people in the room.
Wow. Are you good with names? Because I'm not, unless they have jerseys.
I'm right there with you. I will say I'm trying very hard to learn all of the nurses' names. The good news is when they switch shifts, they write it on a board.
Right.
So I know who's in. That's important. But
Right.
I've
You've
got
got a
Ariana.
50-50.
I've got Ariana and BK tonight.
Okay,
And then
'cause-
Frankie's back at 7 this morning. So yeah, I'm on it.
Right. You got a 50-50 chance because usually there's 2 nurses.
Right.
Okay. So you got a 50-50 chance of being right. And the hope is you've got 1 male, 1 female, and you're like, well, I can figure out the names on the board. This is good.
Yeah, I've had, I think, 5 nurses so far, 1 male, 4 female, 2 techs, 1 male, 1 female. And, yesterday a different doctor stopped by and she had like 3 people with her. I couldn't tell you who any of them were, including the doctor. Not a soul. But there was another doctor that came in, the infectious disease doctor, and we talked for a bit about things. And then he saw the setup and he's, kind of asking. He goes, "I heard you do radio." And I'm like, "I do a sports show." He goes, "Oh, I was at the game last night." So we talked about the hockey game for 10 minutes.
Oh, good.
Yeah, he said it was awesome. Just awesome in person.
You tell any of these people we have 4 hours, plenty of opportunity to stop by. If you could stop by, tell them the 3 times each hour that we do guests, and feel free, to stop by. Doc, 9:20. Okay, nothing wrong with 9:20 every morning. You could stop in, give the audience, an update as to how things are going with either me, you, Nurse Jackie over in the corner. I mean, whatever.
Not yet, but Ariana, the nurse this morning, asked how she could take in the show. So she may be on Twitch. You guys are on Twitch and YouTube, she told me. I said, yes, we are.
Yeah.
That's twitch.com/Miller and Moulton, youtube.com/Miller and Moulton for those of you that listen every day and still have no idea.
The way you said that, it sounded like we're going to do country and Western.
Exactly. She's a Saints fan for what it's worth.
Huh.
Yeah.
In Tampa.
Yeah, well, it's where she works. She's an Army
Right.
brat, was born in New Orleans, grew up in Hawaii, and ended up in Tampa. Thought that was kind of an interesting story.
Okay.
So, yeah, David, the interviews don't stop.
Good.
I mean, come on. This is what we do.
Yes.
I've got nothing but time around here. You want to chat? I'm in, and I'm asking questions about what you're doing to me. And then if you want to give me a few things about you, we'll ask more questions about you. I've got no problem with that. I'm here all day.
Did you give her a who dat?
I did not. Maybe this morning.
Okay.
She did go to Ray J, though, this year to watch the Saints and the Bucks, and that was the game the Saints beat them,
Yes.
partially derailing the season for the Bucks.
No doubt about it. Oh, yeah. In fact, the stat after the Lightning won was since December 1st, the Lightning and Bucks have the same number of wins at Raymond James.
Ouch.
Yes.
Ouch.
Uh-huh.
So, David, can I hit you with a couple of trends this morning?
Wow. You're starting early, are we?
Well,
Sure.
we like the point spread. So I just wanted to start with this. In the last 15 years, the 4.5 number is the highest spread that we've had in the past 15 years. But favorites of 4.5 points or higher are just 5 and 6 straight up and 1 and 10 against the spread in the Super Bowl since 2000. Favorites 1 and 4 straight up, 0 and 5 against the spread in the last 5 Super Bowls. So thought that
Now, hold on. So that last one, favorites, is that period? Doesn't matter what the spread is?
1 and 4 straight up, 0 and 5 against the spread in the last 5.
Well, I know last year the Chiefs were a slight favorite. So,
Right.
Okay, there's one.
Yeah.
Huh.
I don't have the games in front of me. I just have bullet points, so I apologize.
No,
I have to be honest. You and I spend a lot of time on a lot of different websites.
Yep.
And there is not a lot of Super Bowl information out yet. I mean, I've really been searching and getting agitated with the lack of stuff on this game. You know, there's a bunch of video because media night was last night, and I thought they had some fun with that. I'll try to find it and see if I can get the audio for it. I did like Drake May ranking his wife's desserts. I did not realize that she likes to post her dessert recipes on TikTok. And so he ranked the top 4 desserts of his wife. One he said that he's not a fan of, but people seem to like it. So that, and I didn't know that they're not just high school sweethearts.
Oh, no.
They've
They're
been together since middle school. That's
Yes.
amazing. Think
Yes.
about that. I mean, just, think about all of the people and because I put some of this stuff of what's going on with me on social, people have reached out that I've not heard from literally in a lifetime. And I know a couple of people that I'm still acquaintances with, if you will, that have been boyfriend, girlfriend since high school. Very few. They've been boyfriend, girlfriend since middle school.
correct.
Middle school.
Yeah.
That's crazy in today's society.
I
And
agree.
awesome, by the way. It truly is. I mean, I don't know if I'm jealous of that, because there's part of me that goes, how could you do that? But at the same time, good for them.
And they look like something right out of Central Casting. You know,
Yes.
he's a handsome guy. She's an attractive young lady. They've known one another since grade school. Okay, been boyfriend, girlfriend. I mean, going all the way back to, think of the pressure, 6th grade cafeteria. When do you start holding hands?
Hopefully
Oh,
not in 6th
okay.
grade as someone with a 6th grade daughter.
When do you start walking them to class?
Right.
When is it that you actually give them, a little peck on the cheek after you walk them to class? I mean, these are huge decisions, huge mountains to figure out when you're going to climb them and what have you. I mean, a lot of pressure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But, it probably means early grandkids. So you make the parents on both sides rather happy or very upset that they're really young grandparents. I know you have adapted into the role of grandfather very well. You
Uh-huh.
were not at all excited's the wrong word. Ready. Is that, you were like, really? I'm a grandpa? Like, I remember you talking, going, what the hell? You were of age to be a grandpa, but you were like, I'm a grandpa?
Yep.
That
Yep.
one hit, and every every soon to be grandparent is different. And now
So,
it didn't take you long to adjust into the role.
right. Well, when you realize you don't have a choice in the matter.
Right. But
Okay,
you can still be off-putting.
I could. I think because I've gone so gray, that I'm not fooling anybody about how old I am. I'm not dyeing my hair, shoe polish black, trying to, look younger than I am. In fact, most people look at me and they guess older than what I really am. So, once people have decided you're old. Mark, basically, when I started getting the advertisements in the mail for the crematorium, okay, with the,
Yeah.
if you can just attend this steak dinner and presentation, okay, when those started right around turning 50, okay, you either embrace those or you get really angry and you start mailing at the mailman or the mailwoman, okay? And I thought it was hysterical.
I'm right there with you. And it's one of the things that I regret, that there was a short time after I turned 50, because you've been gone a few years now, but there were a couple of years. No, in Jacksonville. That's all I mean. You've moved. So, there've been a couple of years you haven't been in Southwest Florida, where we both lived for so long, that we really missed a golden opportunity to
Totally.
attend these events together.
Yes.
I think after 2, they would have not allowed us in anymore. Like, I'm
Right.
positive. Now, the ones you get, I get some of them for investing, and people like that want you to come spend your money with whatever investment firm or
Sure.
whatever financial person. Those, I don't know if they would kick you out, but I'm positive after the second crematorium free steak dinner, they
Yes.
would have thrown us out.
Well, especially if they tried to limit how much steak I could have. Okay, that's the other thing. It's like, whoa. Then I get to limit how long this presentation is. So what are you thinking? 90 minutes? No. I need a second helping.
Well, that's
doing
why
Mighty
we'd have
Ribs.
had to have brought the wives, because we would have been able to eat half of theirs.
Right.
Why are you both here? I just want her steak. I could not care less what you say.
By the way, if all of a sudden you reach your 50s and you're single, do you go to that thing alone just to, like see the couples that walk in and you start staking out the woman? Like, oh, he doesn't look long for this place. That's why they're attending this thing. Okay, look at her.
It's a great question. I'd lean back to go into the financial services one to try to find the guy with the most money who has the best chance of kicking it soon.
Listen to us with the lightning bolts coming any moment, and it can't come to where you are. So it's either Rick or myself who need to look up and scatter soon. Miller and Moulton on this Tuesday. We have conflicting word from Pat Kirwan. He told one of us he'll be on the show. He told one of us he's not. Okay. And considering it's 3:13 a.m. where he is, we're not going to be able to track this down for a while. So Pat Kirwan's on the fence. And Daniel Kaplan will join us because another big sports business story out there that affects both the Rays and the Marlins will eventually affect the Heat and the Magic and the Lightning and has already affected the Panthers.
And for those of you in other parts of the world that you root for teams, it will affect a lot of your baseball teams, hockey teams, and basketball teams as well. Starting 25 minutes away.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. FloorMeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Think we only fix windows? Think again. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business does so much more to upgrade your home. We custom build stunning shower and bath enclosures, install sleek glass doors and windows, and can bring fresh life to foggy or cracked panes. Need a glass tabletop or a statement mirror? Yep, we do that too. If it's glass and it's in your home, we're the team to call.
Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Big win for my Wings last night. Big.
Oh, my goodness.
They scored less than, I think, like a minute 20 into the game. That was the only goal. Yeah, that's right. Casper, and I mean, in the third period, first off, Colorado's so good. You win a game. Bob Ferguson, the first Everblades coach, when we would play a game like that and get outplayed and win on the road, Fergie'd walk on the bus, take the shirt and tie, cover his mouth, put the fake gun up, and go, give me 2 points. Because they robbed them last night. Everybody knows about McKinnon. But when McCarr decides he's not going to enter the zone on a rush, and he peels back like it's a power play, and then enters the zone, there is such gap because he's so fast. It is just ridiculous.
To Brian and YouTube, I taped it. I haven't watched it yet. It's just a 2-part thing, right?
I am adjusting DTW. I'm only, you know what? I'm watching one game, and that's probably a good thing because it is far easier to just watch a game. But this is where I get where David and all of you bitch about streaming, because I was watching the Panthers and Sabres, and it was a good game, and I wanted to watch the third period, but I'm into the Wings right now. I have not been into this team in damn near a decade. So, and it was Colorado. So I wanted to watch the game, and I watched all of it, like and was up until midnight. They're giving me some drug for the pre-chemo, and they said it could make me antsy, and I think it has worked because I'm having a very difficult time. I don't think I slept for more than 4 hours each of the first 2 nights.
Okay.
So I didn't even get a nap yesterday.
Well, it sounds like with the grand tour of your suite there that no one gave you the chance.
No, I had the chaplain, I had the priest, I had the physical therapist, I had the nutritionist, I had the one doctor, I had the other doctor. It was non-effing stop. But yeah, Jules, I'm with you and I didn't obviously watch anything else last night. But Connor Bedard wins the Celebrini game last night. They whoop up on San Jose, and there was, from the sounds of it, Texas Tech Kansas was a really good game.
Well, it was very competitive. I don't know. Neither team shot really well, and then the superstar for Kansas stole it.
Okay.
I mean, Texas Tech has to be sick. With 6 minutes to go, they're up 9 at home, and Kansas outscores them 14-2 to win it. By the way, bench points in that game: Texas Tech 3, Kansas 2. And you were right, by the way. Remember Illinois at 9, and you said they may jump all the way in the top 5? Came in at 5th.
It's always a bad move when you're sending a text and you leave the voice thing on, and that entire conversation is on my phone.
Exactly. It's going to take you a minute and a half to delete the text.
Still working on it.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour, starting 5 and a little more than 15 minutes away here on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. We'll come up with a poll question before the hour's up.
Have you attended a crematorium free dinner?
Wow. Love it. Love it. If that's the case, we're going to have 7 poll questions today, because once we start going down that road, do you know how many more there are to follow? Okay. In honor of Drake May's wife, rate your wife's top 4 desserts. Okay. I mean, you know, there's a lot of material here if we're going to just get a little off center, which, you know, describes Miller and Moulton, I think, pretty well. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. So, and I want Rick Church to chime in because he's the fan of a team or two that over the years has not spent a lot of money.
Thanks, David.
Okay, no problem, Rick. And I just want to get your sense if, like, you would give this team, if it was your team, credit. Mark, and I know you married into a Pittsburgh sports family, but I have to admit, the Pirates have pretty much not been good for most of your relationship with your wife and her family.
No, my wife left the Pirates long before we met.
Oh, okay.
She left the Pirates when they got rid of Andy Van Slyke. I mean, she dumped them a long time ago. And then this guy who shares the exact same birthday as her started playing for this team in New York. He wears number 2. And she was a monstrous Derek Jeter fan. She would leave me for Derek Jeter in a nanosecond. But then again, what woman wouldn't? His batting order, his bench, and his pitching staff will outdo anybody's best ever in most lifetimes. So she was a Yankee fan. And without him, when he retired, she's kind of with baseball.
So is she a free agent? Do you think?
I would say she's a baseball free agent. Yes.
Okay. So apparently, though, her baseball free agency depends on how cute/handsome the ball player is. There doesn't seem to be, I mean, granted, Van Slyke was a very good player. Jeter, obviously a legend, but it seems as if cuteness is the biggest part of her fandom.
Well, I think it was. I think now that she's, able to attend the crematorium dinners, that I don't know how much that matters anymore.
I don't know. You could argue it would actually make it more important now. Kind of like, look who I'm sitting next to at these things. Man, he's a good-looking shortstop. You mean 5-tool player? No, I mean good-looking shortstop. Oh, okay. Got it. So to your wife, who apparently baseball fandom is up in the air, available for purchase, to Rick, long-suffering Twins fan, and the Twins have gone through many a phase in which they haven't spent money, and they're back in that phase right now.
Some of the worst owners in history, David, dating back to the origin of the franchise with the Griffith family, Calvin Griffith.
You feel better?
One of the worst owners ever. Yeah, I'm better.
Okay. Hey, we're just here to help.
We're
just here to help. I mean, I'm married to a therapist. I understand needing to get things off your chest, really. So, Mark, have you been following the offseason of the Pittsburgh Pirates?
I have. I actually have. I did a little baseball reading yesterday, David.
Wow, man. This is, I mean, I don't know if this is going to improve your health, but let me tell you, okay, is it improving your sports library? This whole getting sick and needing to go somewhere and basically not allowed to communicate with the rest of civilization outside of your 4 walls. Whew, this is something. Okay, next thing you know, you're going to be bringing up baseball during the non-baseball hour.
Well, I thought you might start with the 3-way trade with the Raids, Mariners, and Cards.
Take it easy. It's what the starting 5's for. We're just a dozen minutes away. So, do you get the sense that the Pirates are trying to win the curry of their fans by telling them how close they keep coming to signing all of these free agents? They're going out of their way to say, we offered them the same deal. They offered them slightly more than us, but we left it in which, we said we have room to grow, and they never got back to us. I mean, because they just lost out on Eugenio Suarez, 34-year-old third baseman, who hit nearly 50 homers last year. And apparently they offered him $15 million for 1 year, and the Reds offered him $15 million for 1 year. And the Pirates are trying to get credit with their fans by saying, see, we were competitive.
Yeah, I don't know how much favor they can get there with that team, because the biggest, as we all know, Skeens is the issue, and he's not going to re-sign with them. They have him under control for, I think, 3.5 more years. Is that right? I mean,
4.
Yeah. Okay. So 4 years.
4 more seasons. He'll be a free agent after 29. But remember, they're going to lose one of those 4 years because we're not going to have baseball for much of next year.
Well, and I say 3.5 because I'm already at the trade deadline. That's on me. But what I'm saying that for this reason is that they have a half a year to win the curry of their fans. If they, they went out and got Brandon Lowe, that should help them. They went out and got a couple of bats. The team should be better. Brandon Lau. Sorry, it's there. I see they leave and I forget. So
Brandon Lau, Josh
Brandon,
Lowe.
right, exactly. And it's a division where they can be competitive.
Huh.
You know, the Cardinals, the Cardinals are a mess. They're getting rid of guys. They are in a rebuild. The Brewers are the champs from that division, but they lost a few players and they did it on a low budget and everything seemingly went right. The Reds have obviously made some moves. They've got a team that, you know, we bet the over and won last year, David. I don't know where we go with over-unders on the Reds this year. I'm sure they're out. I've not paid a lot of attention yet. So the Cubs seem to be the division favorite right now, based on what, even though they lost Tucker, based on what they did in free agency, a lot of people like the moves the Cubs have made. But the Pirates are not that far back. And even with missing out on a couple of these guys, they seemingly could be close. But again, I bring up the trade deadline because if they're not, is that the right time? If they're not going to be able to keep Skeens, to get as much as you can for them this trade deadline. And if they do that, the fans will abandon them.
Well, that's why I don't think they can consider trading Skeens for another 2.5 years, to be honest with you. I think maybe a year and a half away from free agency, you could, but next year is going to be dominated by the lockout. By the way, if there's some shortened season next year, some crazy season for those of us that remember 1981 and others, I mean, if I'm the Pirates, I could steal a playoff spot next year. I mean, who knows? We might have a COVID season where we play 60 games.
Right.
Remember,
like
the Marlins.
Yeah, thank you.
Right. Made the playoffs in a 60-game season. I mean, with the Pirates pitching in a 60-game season or something like that. But the Pirates keep letting their fans know, listen, we're out here bidding for free agency. We're not the same old Pirates. You know, we signed somebody. We came in second for 3 others. You know, we were trying to sign Kyle Schwarber. I mean,
I think they're not far off on how this segment started with Rick bitching about the Twins ownership status.
Right.
I think the Pirate fan despises their owners so much that coming up short is not nearly good enough.
Yeah,
Well,
just get it done. Talk
right.
means nothing. Get it done.
Well, right. Here's the other thing. Like, you know, Mark, there are times when certain franchises are bad. And for various reasons, they realize if we're going to get people, we have to be the highest bidder. You know, Pat Kirwan's talked about when he was with the Jets. The Jets had to be the highest bidder. They knew they were getting used, but they knew they had to be the highest bidder if they were going to get guys. Okay. And it's that way with certain NBA franchises, particularly in the upper Midwest. Okay. To me, if you're the Pirates, listen, if you're tied at 15 million, then go to 18. I mean, seriously? The guy hit 49 home runs last year. You're going to lose out on him over $3 million? That to me makes no sense. But the Pirates have this concerted PR effort right now, Mark, where they are trying harder than they've ever tried before. Yes, so?
Try harder. I hate to say it. And the other side of this actually comes into play with what we will talk about in 2 hours with Daniel Kaplan, because of the disparity of the regional cable networks going down and what's going on with baseball teams. Do they have the money? You say $3 million, but they don't have the money they did just 2 years ago.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. FloorMeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Got a cracked window or foggy glass? Don't wait for the next storm to make it worse. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business is just down the road and ready to help. From leaky frames to shattered panes, we've got the tools and the know-how to get your home or business storm ready. With flexible scheduling and our done right promise, you'll be in good hands. So before or after the weather hits, call your neighbors at Glass Doctor.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah.
Your your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Hey, football fans, Jimmy the Beef Guy here. This is coming up fast. Wait, did you just beat me? You mean I can't say soup? Whatever. So, guys, if you're having a football party, don't wait till last minute. Remember, guys, our beef packages come with the beef, the gravy, the bread, the peppers. All you have to do is heat and serve. So call me now or stop in one of our 2 locations in Bonita Springs or Fort Myers. And again, guys, please don't wait till last minute, man. Put your orders in now.
This is Miller and Moulton.
This guy's terrible, the bad roommate here. They never thought to be self-aware enough that they're the bad roommate. They're the problem. Hey, James, you're the problem. If this doesn't work this year, in this system, with this team, then you're going to go and point fingers at everybody else, and you're going to go back home and you're going to start swiping right for another team. There's not going to be anybody left. Because, James, you're not the beard, you're not the system, you're the problem.
Oh, and the mics are on, Tevin.
Back from all this. Well, if the shots were 40 to 20 the other way, you'd be shook because you just knew that Boston's on a heater coming in. So you don't have a lot of options when things are part of the way they are. You just come in and then put your yard. They did tonight. So
Yeah. We know, DC. I could, baby Jules. The problem is the computer is literally like 20 feet from the TVs. And I have to be honest with you, the adjustable bed and the TV is a wonderful combination. Could I move the TV or could I move a computer over? I could, but I really, it's easier when I get up to just have this whole area set up and ready for the show. So. You know, the other thing, if you want to go back to baseball at 7, it's a Tiger story. So I'm on that. But this arbitration, like if we had Sampson, I would be fascinated by it. But because if Scooble wins and it would be the largest jump, but it's the largest jump in the history of arbitration. Now, I don't think that they'll come to a middle ground before the arbitration.
Well, the difference is huge.
I understand, but even if they split it and gave him $2 more million, I don't see the Tigers doing it. And if they split it, I don't see Boris taking it because they're 19 and 32. So, okay, you take it to 26.
Right. I mean, but that's what I mean. It's a $13 million difference. It's why, by the way, I think the Tigers are going to lose. Come on. The guys went back-to-back Cy Youngs.
I understand, but the jump in salary would be the largest jump in the history of arbitration. That's all.
But has anybody gone to arbitration having won back-to-back Cy Youngs?
I don't think so. But but with the whole RS, and it's like the Tigers on this RSN thing. They're one of the teams that's going to jump, but they can't jump now because the same guy that owns the Tigers owns who? The Red Wings. They're still wanting to get all their money for the Red Wings that they can get. So,
they'll get it through this regular season. I mean, the company's probably going under.
Yes, but they can't. But literally, the article I read said they can't jump now because of the hockey team. That they're going to jump when it lists the teams that are jumping to the MLB product. The Tigers aren't listed, but later in the article it says they will basically as soon as the hockey season's over.
Well,
yes,
there was a report last night though that said that the Tigers and the Angels are jumping. That they are actually jumping immediately.
So I've got a little info on this. I've reached out to a few people who I'm not on social with just because I haven't talked to in a while and tell them what's going on. And one of them is my buddy that works for the Kings. And I asked him, and he actually gave me a decent answer as to what's going on from inside the NHL. And I've got good internet for the computers, just not good enough for this show. But I will say, David, I know it depends on where you are, but I'm using my personal hotspot on my phone, and it's working really just for, I know as a backup to your MiFi when you're on the road.
I've had to, there's a couple of shows that bad spot in the hotel and what have you, and the MiFi was having trouble picking up something to work off of, but the phone did.
And by the way, this thing probably weighs 5-6 pounds. It's not light, but this is an $80 podcast microphone, and it's all I need to do the show.
Well, that'll be my next maneuver for next year.
Yeah, this thing works.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Mark joining us once again from Tampa at the Moffitt Cancer Center. Rick Church keeping the train on the tracks in our Southwest Florida studios. I'm in Jacksonville, 28 right now, by the way, in Jacksonville. I know it's mid-30s in Tampa, St. Pete, and Southwest Florida, but another morning in the 20s. Here in Jacksonville. My mom's in town visiting from Jersey. And she's like, I'm used to this. It's winter. She goes, but I noticed that everyone else is miserable.
Yes, we did not move here for this. I mean, there's just, they can call us soft, but most everybody here has been here a while. We made the decision to leave that horrible weather that you call winter to never have it again.
Right.
And given the fact that it's been since like 2010, since we've had weather like this consistently for a while, and this winter seems to be worse because it's not much better. I mean, it's going to warm up a little bit, but we're not going to see the 70s next week either. Damn it, that's not good.
I think, in fact, in 3 days, we're going to have another Arctic morning. So, this is I guess there was one of these snaps back in 89. I don't think any of the three of us were living in Florida at the time, but
no, I was in college, for crying out loud.
So anyway, time now for
the starting five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the starting 5.
Brought to you by Chile, Lee County, Florida. Building a better community through BST, business, sports, and tourism. Stays cold like this, we're going to have to change what that BST stands for. But right now, it's business, sports, and tourism. NFL.
BS temperatures is what it stands for right now, David.
You clean that up. I appreciate that.
Well,
Super Bowl 60. I don't know if you're aware, but it's coming up Sunday night, 6:30 on NBC. By the way, did you hear? I guess it's Dungy, Jack Collinsworth, and is it Harrison? They're going to be broadcasting
from the Rock,
from Alcatraz,
from the Rock. Welcome to the Rock. And no, that's not Marco Island.
Does one of them, as punishment, stay? I mean, what is it? Just, but that'll be interesting.
I'm wondering if they will go. There's an area in Alcatraz that is pretty haunting, and it's on the tour. And I'm wondering if one or any of them will go behind bars for at least a portion of it. I would think, I would make that, if I'm the producer of this segment, that has to happen to me.
Well, my guess is Harrison would. I mean, he's the toughest one of the three, and Dungy played in the NFL. So, Super Bowl 60, everybody met with the media last night. You want to play that clip with McDonald, the coach of the Seahawks, Okay, the hypothetical question that was asked of him.
The guys from Bussett and the Boys asked the Seattle coach a scenario.
Coach McDonald, yeah, Will Compton Bussett with the boys. I'm gonna paint a situation for you. It's the fourth quarter, 26 seconds left. The second goal on the 1. You're down by 4. Are you gonna run the football or are you gonna throw it?
Oh my God. Is Beast Mode the backfield?
Are you gonna call him and get him in uniform and finally hand him the football?
That's within the realm of possibility.
Don't show your hand. By the way, I had nothing for you other than go blue, sir. Thank you for everything.
Right on, go blue.
Hypothetical situation. Second and goal from the 1. A hypothetical. Don't know.
You're
if it's ever
down
happened.
4 in
You're
the
down
fourth quarter.
4. Right. Don't think it's ever happened in Super Bowl history. Right. Hypothetical for you, Coach. Drake May finally acknowledged that he had some kind of shoulder injury. And he said it's feeling better. Quote, I've turned a corner. So, the 2 weeks may have been a benefit to the Patriots the most, if for no other reason than, Drake May is going to be a lot closer to 100% this Sunday as opposed to if it was last Sunday. By the way, the NFL says it will, quote, look into, unquote, Giants co-owner Steve Tisch and his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. And yes, I'm a Giants fan, but if he had a relationship with him, don't you have to say, well, you have a month to sell the team? No, I'm serious. Come on now.
Because of the whole Snyder thing?
No.
No, because Snyder had, Snyder was rotten to women and all of those things, and that was part of the reason they wanted him to sell. So if he had a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, and it sounds like he set him up with a Russian woman. So he has to sell. I'm being serious. He has to sell the team for that because we're putting Robert Kraft in the Hall of Fame. He solicited prostitutes and got married.
Well, by the way, Kraft may go down in this too, because it turns out that apparently the lawyers that Kraft used to get out of trouble a Super Bowl or 2 ago, apparently he called up Epstein to get his attorneys. Okay. So listen, I don't want to get political here, but come on now. You're running a league. People in your league, prominent people in your league are tied to Jeffrey Epstein. Is this even a decision?
Well, yes, it's a decision. This is one. I mean, first off, these are 2 of the most powerful owners in the game.
I don't care.
I'm just telling you. I'll bet on no with the sale.
Oh, name the bet.
Okay.
Name the bet. Steve Tisch will not own the team opening day. He will not co-own the team opening day. Pro Bowl, by the way, 8:00 tonight. Just so sad. Please make it go away. Please. What they're going to put out on the field tonight and televise is insulting. It's upsetting. I mean,
David, TGL Pro Bowl. What would you watch if you were forced to watch one?
TGL. I'd watch TGL before I would watch the Pro Bowl. That's how sad this is. NFL made official what we were talking about yesterday at this time, that even though Mexico City had not been named, guess what? Mexico City has now been named. We'll have at least 9 international games next year. Apparently, Mexico City is going to have a game each of the next 3 years. It happened during our show yesterday. Gus Malzahn retired at the age of 60, 35 years in coaching. Tima Harris will be named offensive coordinator, but Mike Norvell is apparently going to call the plays for Florida State this coming season. It was working out really well the last time he was calling the plays. This is how well things are going for Notre Dame. Illinois' defensive coordinator, Aaron Henry, is leaving Illinois to become, the defensive back coach and co-defensive coordinator at Notre Dame. So he's getting a raise to get a demotion to go to Notre Dame than to stay at Illinois. NBA, rumors swirling of a Giannis trade. Trade deadline is Thursday at 3:00. But believe it or not, the loudest rumors are between the Clippers and the Cavs. James Harden to Cleveland for Darius Garland. First off, before last night, the Clippers were 17-4 in their last 21. Why are they trading anybody? Secondly, Cleveland, Harden, your thoughts? Does this help them get out of the East?
I don't see how it does. It's someone who, we all know he needs the ball. It's a different type of offense when you have him. I put it this way, and I know they probably can't get him, and I'm not comparing the two, but there was talk of LeBron going to Cleveland. That seems to be someone that would help Cleveland. He might help teach them how to win a title, go a little further in the playoffs. I don't think the same way about Harden in the postseason. And isn't that what this trade's about?
Clippers, meanwhile, it was a distraction, but they lost at home to Philly, 128-113. Sixers' fourth straight win, Maxey with 29. Memphis snapped the six-game skid. They beat the T-Wolves 137-128. T-Wolves, by the way, apparently prominently involved in the Giannis sweepstakes. Houston got 39 points from Alperen Sengun.
If you say so.
Right. No KD. They won anyway, 118-114 over Indiana. And the Hornets have won 7 in a row. They beat New Orleans 102-95. College hoops, 2 games involving ranked teams. 14th ranked North Carolina was up by 30, ended up winning by 10, 87-77 over Syracuse. And 11th ranked Kansas went into Lubbock and beat Texas Tech 64-61. They ended the game on a 14-2 run. 2 big threes by Darren Peterson, who likely is going to be the number 1 pick in the draft. At least that's what they're saying now. Arizona came in at number 1 once again. They're 22-0. Michigan, UConn, Duke, and Illinois rounding out the top 5. Florida up to 17th, and Alabama out of the top 25 for the first time in over 2 years. Baseball, big day in Tampa today. Commissioner Rob Manfred, Governor DeSantis, and Rays ownership on hand to unveil their plans for the new stadium. A report last night says that Rays ownership is committed to paying over 50% of the tab. Remember, there was a report last week that said the tab's $2.3 billion. Rays were a small part of a 3-way trade yesterday between the Mariners and Cardinals. All-star infielder Brendan Donovan goes to Seattle, where he'll play third. 3 good prospects went to St. Louis, including a top 100 pitching prospect. The Rays get third baseman Ben Williamson out of the deal. He's a good field, light hit third baseman currently. Reds officially signed Eugenio Suarez, 1 year, $15 million. He hit nearly 50 homers last year. He chose the Reds because he had played for them earlier in his career, and he liked it. Rays and Marlins joined 4 other teams, Milwaukee, Kansas City, St. Louis, and Cincinnati, in leaving the regional cable mainstream sports, otherwise known as the FanDuel Sports Network. Their games are going to be produced this season by Major League Baseball. You will likely be able to find your games with a few less blackouts. You'll just have to look harder for them. There are 7 other teams who have already opted out of their regional cable deal: Arizona, San Diego, Cleveland, Colorado, Minnesota, Seattle, and Washington. Reportedly, the Angels and Tigers are also opting out of their regional cable deal, which would make half the teams in the league having their games produced by Major League Baseball. Member Manfred wants the rights to all 30 teams and to sell the deal nationally, a la the NFL and the NBA. By the way, FanDuel has said we are committed to televising the NBA and NHL teams' games that we have contracts with through the end of the regular season. 10 games in the NHL last night. Panthers outshoot the Sabres 41-20 and lose 5-3. The Panthers are in last place in the division. They are 9 points out of a playoff spot. Kachuk came out last night and said, we're in trouble. They got the Bruins coming up here, okay, who have been on a bit of a heater. Not a lightning heater, but a bit of a heater. Ottawa
And
Claude
Bennett got
Giroux.
hurt in the game. They lost another player. That's big.
Claude Giroux scored with 5 minutes to go. Ottawa beat Pittsburgh 3-2. Caps scored 2 goals in 31 seconds, beat the Islanders 4-1. All right. Minnesota in overtime over Montreal. Man, the Canadians, I think, is it past Canadian Parliament? All their games must go overtime? My goodness. 4-3 Minnesota. Nashville was down 5-1 in the second. 1-6-5. Stamkos with 2 goals late in the third. He's got 609 in his
Ties
Hall of
him
Fame
with
career.
Dino Cicerelli.
That's a good name to be tied with. Yes. Blackhawks double up the Sharks 6-3 with 4 in the second. 5th straight win for the Stars, 4-3 over Winnipeg in overtime. The Wings scored 33 seconds into the game, then scored an empty netter in the final minute, and in between shut out the Avs 2-0. Utah 6-2 over Vancouver. Nick Schmaltz with 3 goals and 2 assists. A hat trick and a 5-point night for the Mammoth. And Toronto led 3-0 and beat Calgary 4-2. And at 7 minutes before the hour, that was the starting 5. 5 big stories you need to know, brought to you by Chile, Lee County, Florida, building a better community through BST, business, sports, and tourism.
And they need to get rid of these BS temperatures because it's starting to be spring break season pretty soon.
I was going to say, spring training's like a week and a half away.
By the way, 87 straight games for Colorado, having scored at least a goal before last night.
Ooh, that's over a full season. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Poll question on the other side. Get ready, Southwest Florida. The Southwest Florida Ag Expo is back. Now's the time to save big with the Mega Pass, your all-in-one ticket to the fun, one low price. Get you one-day admission and unlimited midway rides. Mega Passes available online through February 26th at swflagexpo.com. Don't wait. Grab yours. Get ready for roots, rides, and real fun. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking. Their expertise
So I'm gonna sleep for a couple hours and then
rid of your snoring.
force
Call
myself to
Sleep
get up
Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
At the Diamond District, we've built our inventory since day one.
We never pass on beautiful jewelry. For years, we've chosen exceptional diamonds and fine jewelry.
And when you buy with love for 2 decades,
your vault fills with extraordinary jewelry. That's why we're emptying the vault now through Valentine's Day. Enjoy rare pricing on jewelry chosen to celebrate love, connection, and commitment.
Will you be mine? Starts with diamonds from the Diamond District. Hablamos Espanol.
Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. We're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 13325.
This is Miller and Moulton.
All right. I think the Epstein Kraft Tish is probably a little heavy for our show, but we could go there. Do you think Tish will have to sell the team for the relationship with Epstein? We can go there. I have no problem with that.
Sure.
But then we have to bring it up a few times. That's the only
true
negative.
Yeah, and that is a big negative.
It's a huge negative because that opens ourselves up to a lot of crap I don't want to discuss on this show.
Good point.
So the other ones I have, they're very not sports, but today is National Golden Retriever Day. Do you prefer a purebred or a mutt? Because I'm not going to, you're going to piss off somebody. Or big dog, small dog, no dog. It's also,
I like that.
It's also National Carrot Cake Day. What is your favorite cake? Carrot cake, chocolate cake, and I'm at a little loss for what the other cake would be. And thank you, Mark, but I have to be honest, mine's on things, and it's only about winning, brother. Like I don't have any. I seriously don't have any negative thoughts about this. I know that sounds strange, but my attitude is I'm kicking this thing's ass. If things go downhill, then certainly my mind could change. But at this point, the only thing on my mind is winning. This is very much Charlie Sheen, winning. Ooh, cheesecake. Okay. Devil's food cake. That's my dad liked that. I'm not going to lie. See, you baby Jules, you're getting. I'm just going chocolate cake. You can put your German right in it. Red velvet cake, I like. I'm going to go to the expert here. Hang on.
Red velvet cake is the best with the white frosting. Strawberry cheesecake.
So I'm a carrot guy. So since I do the poll question, that's going to make the list. I don't know how chocolate cake can't. I do agree if you go like yellow cake, it's very popular.
I love carrot cake.
I mean, you're on your own.
Roger, who's sitting here, just said, "I don't like vegetables in my cake."
I understand that, and I and carrot cake is yet delicious.
Absolutely.
And I love that Deadstroke just keeps coming with devil's food. And right now I have no desire to put that on the list. I'm just letting you know.
Oh, man.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Tuesday, the first such Tuesday of February. Thanks for being with us. Super Bowl 60 week. And I agree, Mark, with you earlier in the show. It just doesn't seem to be a whole heck of a lot going on. And not a whole lot of reporting about, just, I don't know, with all the analysis and analytics and statistics that we have in sports right now, we're not getting any. But then again, I just want to warn everyone, enjoy the quiet so far, because next year, ABC ESPN has the Super Bowl for the first time in a generation. Ha ha ha! And are you gonna get hype? Your stats are gonna get stats. Round the wall, 24/7. I mean, man, are you going to get Super Bowl stuff, whether you want it or not? And that's just the off week. I'm not even talking about this week. It's
I hear you. It's going to be nonstop.
Yeah,
I mean, it's going to kind of be. It's going to be better than my National League Central breakdown last hour.
Ooh, I don't know about that. That was pretty in depth. You know, it was pretty in depth. You know,
I just know that I got my co-host to give me that, line with look when I went
shocked
deep into the, all the teams. I was ready for you.
I'm like, is he breaking down the NL Central? Seriously? I mean, spring training hasn't even started. He's breaking down the NL Central. He actually discussed a couple of teams and what their over-unders are going to be. And are we going to play them again? By the way, don't you have to set the Reds over-under on basically how many wins they had last year when they snuck into the playoffs? I mean, don't you just throw it at 84? Pick a half if you want and just say, here, guys, over-under last year.
I mean, they're supposed to be a little better, aren't they?
I think so.
I mean, their off-season grade is strong by the people that I've been reading, so
right,
I would think so.
So
all right,
there.
We got to get a poll question up.
All right. Well, listen, you and Rick Church, you guys did 5 minutes during the break with like 37 possible poll questions and cakes with animals involved and, devils and devil worshiping. And I mean, there was a lot of stuff that I heard that was being kicked around. I just
mostly just cake, David, not devil worshiping.
Devil's cake. Devil's food cake, not devil worshiping.
I
Although I will say the Post Malone / Duff, Chad Smith, War Pigs at the Grammys. And I know no one watched the Grammys, but the videos out there was fantastic. The Osborne family was in attendance and they were all teared up watching the tribute to their late husband and father. That was pretty cool. So I kind of dug that. I thought that was pretty good.
Can I just go off the record here? Just the three of us?
Sure.
Okay. Nobody, just no need to really pay attention to the next 30 seconds. I just need to share something. So Sunday was not only the granddaughter's 4th birthday, but they decided to baptize both kids. The 4-year-old daughter.
A double.
Yes, a double baptism too. 4-year-old daughter and 4-month-old son. Okay, great. Yeah. All right. We're in. I'll put decent pants on. I'll even wear socks. Sure. Let's go. So we go. And
I'm glad that you went. That's important. You are the grandparents.
Right. Yeah. I'm told it would have been a bad look if I wasn't there. Okay. And I explained to the daughter, I go, you do know, it's usually like Easter and Christmas. I go, this is, this is dipping into the well here. So anyway, you know how sometimes the pastors can go on too long.
I'm aware. I'm a Catholic. I'm a Catholic,
right.
David. There are some in the homily. The homily after 5 minutes, to me, you've lost me. You got 5 minutes, make your point. Let's move on with the day.
Well, listen, I tell every pastor I greet, never been a good sermon over 13 minutes. Just so you know. Never been one. Not one. Okay? I'm just saying. I mean, keep it shorter than the Gettysburg Address. Okay? There you go. If he could get that out in that length of time, anything you have to say, you just need to think seriously about how long you're doing it. So, all right. Kind of like a sports talk show host telling a story. The sermon's going on and on. And apparently the key part of the sermon was the Sabbath. Sabbath.
Right.
The Sabbath.
Right.
What it means, what it stands for, and what have you. He must have said the word 213 times. All right. Finally, at mention 135, and I forget that my voice is deep and it cuts through background noise.
Yes.
And this is a small congregation, maybe 50 people in attendance.
Oh boy.
And we're in one of the. I mean, there aren't many rows, and
Right, but you're
we're
up
in-
front. It's the
yeah,
baptism for your
right,
grandkids, right?
exactly. And so I turn to my mother, and I say, "Am I a bad person if every time he says Sabbath, I'm thinking Ozzy?"
Not at all.
And my
Not at all.
wife elbows me, and let me tell you, she got ribs. Okay, she did. She got boom, and I'm like, and I looked at my mom, and I go, I still think it was worth it.
Outstanding.
Perfectly acceptable, David.
Okay, thank you. I just listen. The first 80 or so mentions, he had me. It was the next 140 that it was. I just started drifting a little bit. Started singing songs in my head right now, going, I can't believe I'm singing these lyrics in my head where I'm sitting right now. I hope they're not listening. Anyway,
Apparently, your wife was a little paranoid.
a little bit, right?
See what I did there?
Yes, I did. And I looked right at her and I said, just a shot in the dark.
Wow, going solo. Well done. Well done.
Thank you.
All right. Today is National Carrot Cake. That is why the carrot cake into the devil's cake, into the Sabbath, into Ozzy Osbourne all came up. It's your quick scenario. So what is your favorite cake? I have 3 up right now. I have chocolate. I have carrot. I have red velvet. I went to my baking expert in the family, my wife, who was a yellow cake with butternut ice cream. And I'm like, that's what I need, is very specific things. But, some saying yellow white, some saying devil's food cake, some saying ice cream cake. And while I love ice cream, is ice cream cake really a cake? It's just,
no.
Thank you. I agree with that. It's just a lot of ice cream. And there's nothing wrong with that. But it's in, that to me is not there. So I was going to do the yellow/white cake. And I think that would get, that's kind of your opposite of your chocolate. Some people like that. And cheesecake, I don't really think is a cake as well. I know it throws it in the name, and technically it could come into cake, but I'm going with yellow/white for the 4th, or nothing. It's up to you, David.
No.
Chocolate, carrot, red velvet.
No, we can go with the last one. Throw it in there. Make as many people happy that we've covered as many choices as possible.
And that's really your basic cake. Right? Your white cake with the buttercream frosting.
Yeah, that's just your
that's your basic cake.
So that's
I'm gonna log on and vote for red velvet, by the way.
Very good. Very good. And it's also National Golden Retriever Day. And I'm not going to get into what's your favorite breed of dog, because there's no way you could get it down to 4. But I was thinking, purebred or mutt, or big dog or small dog or no dog. That would be my dog question today.
Well, I like big, small, no.
All right.
Okay. Because then this way it doesn't matter the breed and what have you. We all know what we're talking about here. So, by the way, I am curious about this. Which category is a bulldog, big or small?
Ooh,
Acts
you
like
might have to
big.
It's kind of you might have to go big dog, medium dog, small dog, because
I was going to say
that's kind of a medium dog.
It acts big, but obviously,
But it's heavy. A bulldog can be 70, 80 pounds.
Damn right it can. Yeah. Uh-huh.
And I think Baby Jules hit the nail on the head. Big, small, all no. Big dog, small dog, all dogs, no dog. I think that does it.
Okay.
I like it. Well done, Jules.
Okay, we'll go with it.
There you have it.
We'll go with it. All right, so we're going 2 poll questions. Dessert and dogs? Is that what we're going with?
Dessert and dogs.
Dessert and dogs. Well, that's how we roll. Here on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Depending on who you talk to on this show, Pat Kirwan is either joining us Friday or he's joining us in 50 minutes. So we'll see. I have to admit, the co-hosts of the show are just as curious as I think you are. Daniel Kaplan scheduled to join us in a little less than 90 minutes, talking about the demise of these regional sports. FanDuel, Sports Network, it's all but gone. Enjoy it through the end of April. And then that'll be it. It'll be over.
And I was feeling for you a little bit last night, David, because I am back to a normal setup from a television standpoint, meaning there is one television that I could watch.
Right.
And because of that, I was watching the Panthers and Sabres last night, right up until about 10 after 9. Not a little bit maybe before that, because my Red Wings were on. And I switched to my game.
Sure.
But because they were both on ESPN Plus, you can't quickly toggle between game A and game B.
By the way, isn't it a little surprising that at this stage of the technology game, that if you're on the same streaming service, you can't quickly go from one to another?
Well, see, YouTube TV, you can. I mean, literally, you can go from there's a last button essentially. I can go from one, but that's kind of a live TV streaming, whereas everybody knows ESPN Plus, you've got to pick it out. So it's a bit of a pain in the ass. And I felt for you last night because the Sabres Panthers game was a good game. It was 3-3 heading to the third. But it's, my team hasn't been relevant in a while. I wanted to watch my team and did, and missed the third period of a very good hockey game that was very important for the Florida Panthers.
And they lost, and they're in big trouble.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, Barkov's skating. We'll see if he can come back a little earlier than expected, but Bennett got hurt last night. Don't know how long he'll be out. Probably not.
They're in last place in the division. There's only 3 teams in the East who have less points than them. They're 9 points out of a playoff spot. And this is the NHL where seemingly every team gets a point a night.
Yeah, I understand. But the teams that they are chasing are in rarefied air in Buffalo and Detroit. Can they hold on post-Olympic break? Miller and Moulton.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow and Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow and Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow and Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. FloorMeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Think we only fix windows? Think again. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business does so much more to upgrade your home. We custom build stunning shower and bath enclosures, install sleek glass doors and windows, and can bring fresh life to foggy or cracked panes. Need a glass tabletop or a statement mirror? Yep, we do that too. If it's glass and it's in your home, we're the team to call.
Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I have never heard of a mayo cake. And Left Twix, I've got to tell you, that sounds disgusting. I mean, disgusting. But that's all right. That's, now I got to look up what a mayo cake is. I've had an olive oil cake. I had one with my dinner on Thursday at the Rooster in the Till. And it had a pomegranate syrup, a vanilla poached pear, and a lavender type of cream thing. Very nice. You, Javier, if you're in here, you were right. That Rooster in the Till, that's a special restaurant, man. I really had a ball. We sat at the kitchen table where I was watching the saute and grill guy just do artistry. I had such fun watching. You guys are good, man. You guys that do, like, people, oh, you could open a restaurant. No, I can cook at a home. I can make a great dinner for someone. To watch those guys go at it, at the speed and efficiency in which they do their work with all that stuff, that is just, and I love being able to see the kitchen. Then we went to Olivia on Saturday where they make all their own pasta, and it's really cool. They had a lasagna that kind of looked like, I don't know, like a cross between a puff pastry and a chicken pot pie, the way it was designed, and it was phenomenal. So mayo instead of eggs, oil, and butter. Interesting. Yeah, I could do that Rooster in a Till once a month. It's not cheap, but that's I don't even know if we have anything in Naples that's in that type of league. And Naples has some pretty good restaurants. I want to get to Rocco while I'm here. Yes, I did. And I saw Izzo's answers. I have to agree with Dusty May. He did trip him. There's no doubt. If you watch it, now Izzo said right after the game he didn't like some of the foul calls. So yeah, it's I guess he attempted to trip him because he didn't go down. He kind of stuttered there, but yeah, it was no doubt it was dirty, and it's too bad because he had an amazing game. He was the best player on the court all night. Oh yeah, the video shows it. I saw it, Paula. He didn't, but I just said he attempted to trip him. He didn't really fall. He just kind of staggered towards the guy kicking out for the three. No, I don't think I could do any of that.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. We posted 2 poll questions during the break. Let's see, dogs and dessert, right? It's our theme today.
That's it, dogs and dessert. Because this kind of sports question we have is an area we don't want to go.
Yeah.
Because if we bring a poll question up, we've got to talk about the poll question.
Right.
That's one of our bad habits. Normally, we could do what we do and put the poll question up and not mention it the entire show. But that's not really good radio.
Not really good radio. Miller and Moulton. Anyway.
Some people on the Pelican Roofing of Florida text line chiming in already that about your story about the baptism, the double baptism for your grandchildren over the weekend. They're saying the best part of that story was, David, I even put on socks. Yes, I do like the Ozzy comment in the middle of the sermon. However, anytime you can mix an Ozzy Osbourne comment win the pastors, talking about the Sabbath.
Right.
That's fantastic. And that it deserved an elbow from his wife. And then on the cake, where we've got red velvet, carrot, chocolate, and I went yellow / white. Someone on the text line, got to have cheesecake. You never have it in a pie category. It's its own thing. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, there's not the cake factory. There's not the pie factory. There's the cheesecake factory. They do their own thing.
Doesn't the whole yellow-white thing encompass cheesecake? Because
No, not really. Not really. It's cheesecake. For those of you that like cheesecake, vote for your second favorite cake. I don't know what to tell you.
Right.
But we were talking a little hockey. I do want to bring this up, and I don't mean to upset our listeners, because I'm going to bring up a subject that they don't like very much. It's the NBA. And you brought up Giannis.
Uh-huh.
And we had on a Bucks reporter last week who does not want them to trade him now. He has no problem with the Bucks holding on to Giannis, seeing if they get lucky enough to get a top 3 pick so they can get him a Robin. If they don't, then trade him. Thinks they can get more for him in the offseason than they can here in the next 3 days.
Right.
I agree with that, for the record.
With the approach, or the fact that the Bucks could get more, even though a team that acquires him will only have him under contract for 1 year, as opposed to getting him now, it's 1.5. But the fact that teams will have more assets once this regular season is over than a lot of them have right now.
And, I know that, well, put it this way. Let's just start with your team. I agree with both parts of it, for the record, but let's start with your team. You're a Knicks fan.
Right.
Do you think there's a package out there that if you were Milwaukee, you would take from the Knicks? Because that's where he wants to go.
Not now. The
Right.
Knicks can't offer enough now. They can get their hands on 2 extra first-round picks come July 1st. So the Knicks, and Mark, I don't even think they have so few assets, and certain teams are in this boat also, where if you bring a third team into the equation, I don't know if it's still enough if I'm Milwaukee.
So a lot of Heat fans down here.
Right.
The Heat desperately would like to get Giannis. It is very much a Pat Riley thing to go out and get, a big game hunting. It's what they do well. But if I'm Milwaukee, Tyler Hero and what is it? The guard there that they've got, the other player, the young guard they've got offered, and picks. Okay, if the picks were in this decade, I might be interested. But the picks the Heat can give are, I think the first one's 2029, and then it's like 2031, 33, something like that. But I know 2 of the picks are in the 2030s. I can't justify that to my fan base if I'm Milwaukee. We're rebuilding next decade. That doesn't do it for me.
Agreed.
Now, San Antonio and Oklahoma City, who have the best packages that they could trade, are not interested in trading for him. Would they be in the offseason? That's another reason I'm keeping him. Golden State, that is a combination of players and a couple of picks. I don't love it. Like, I don't love any of this. I think everybody's looking at it from their team standpoint, and I get it. But from Milwaukee's standpoint, I don't love any of this.
Well, and the other thing, if you're acquiring Giannis, he has to like it there enough to want to re-sign there. Here's the other thing. How much does this enter the equation? Milwaukee, on the first business hour of the new year, can offer him the 4 for $272. That's right, $68 a year for 4 years. Giannis is 31. So that's the deal that takes him. Now, that's added to the 2027 deal. So you'd have him for 5 years. You'd have him for next year, and then 4 after that. Now, obviously, you're paying an unbelievable amount of money. You're going to be paying about $340 million to have Giannis from ages 32 through 36. But, do you do that? Do you let Milwaukee sign him to the 4 for $272, and then you agree to take him on? Okay, because then you've got him. He can't leave you after a year.
Another
will
reason that the
Giannis-
offseason signing might, sign and trade, if you
Right.
will, might be a better opportunity for all parties involved.
Or does Giannis cherish his freedom if he gets through the trade deadline Thursday afternoon, in which he says, yeah, I ain't signing the extension with Milwaukee, even though it's far more money I can get from anywhere else, because that'll lock me into wherever they send me. And I may not want to be there.
So I just, I'm trying to, at best that I can, look at this from Milwaukee's standpoint first, because to me, that's the most important part of this trade. We spent a little time last hour talking about the Pirates coming up short on all these free agents that they're going after in a winnable division. Well, I don't think that it doesn't look at, and maybe next year with everybody back for the Celtics, they'll be a little more dominant, but their front office has said they don't want to spend the way they were spending. So
Correct.
I don't think we're going to see the Celtic team from a couple of years ago being reenacted where they're way, way over the luxury tax. So when I look at the East, I still think the East is a conference that you can pull off what Detroit's done in short time and gone from one of the worst teams in basketball to a team that right now is leading the conference. Now, I think that's the exception, not the rule, but you can be a mid-level playoff team. And if you have a Giannis and you're a 4 seed, what can't you do? So
in the East.
Right. Exactly. Because the top end, I mean, look at San Antonio, Oklahoma City, obviously, and I think Houston have it going on right now.
And I think Minnesota's and Denver's are right there.
Absolutely. I'm with you totally on both of those teams. So while the bottom's not as good as it once was, I don't think the Lakers can make a deep run. The Clippers are fascinating if they get in as an 8 seed. Like an Oklahoma City Clippers first round, I don't know if they could take them out, but they could maybe, throw some body blows that it's not as easy for OKC to get out the rest of the way.
Well,
but obviously, I'd love to see Giannis in Miami. It would be perfect. You love the star in Miami. I know New York would love him, but do they have enough to make me interested in making that trade? And right now, to me, they don't. What you talked about, though, David, the Knicks and the ability to get a couple more picks and doing it in the offseason, particularly if this team doesn't make it to an NBA final, would they be willing to change things in a big way this offseason?
I think there'll be a lot of pressure on them to make a major move this offseason if they don't get to the finals. I mean, it's lined up for them. Come on,
and he wants New York. You know what I mean?
He does.
So if the Pistons get him, and
Right.
they had him last year, did they learn from that, and can they get past them? What's Cleveland do? I know they want Harden. I don't know if that takes them to where they want to go, but the East is still pretty wide open.
It is. I mean, I will say in the playoffs, I think the Knicks are the favorite.
I agree.
I don't think they'll
agree.
be the 1 seed. I think that'll be Detroit. In fact, they may not even get to the 2 seed. But I do think once the playoffs start in the East, the best team to win 3 rounds would be the Knicks. Of course, I haven't done it in 25 years, so no one thinks they will. Miller and Moulton.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow and Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow and Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow and Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
This is Miller and Moulton.
David, I just watched it. Did you see the shootout winner in the bean pot?
Yes.
Filthy. I know most, well, probably not of you because our audience is old, but for those of you that are a little younger, I finished the Diddy doc yesterday.
Oh,
man, was the media complicit in allowing him throughout the years to get away with all of the horrible things that he got away with.
Shocking, isn't
it? No, because we let a lot of people with money get away with things. And this was this is a young black guy that turned into a mogul, and we celebrated all of it.
Mm-hmm.
And the irony is that he went from a good school, his mom was an interesting person and dad was not around, but got him into good schools. He was educated pretty well and turned into a thug. Like, he wasn't a thug, but he became one. It's fascinating. And I'm not a hip hop guy. I mean, I like Biggie. I like the Tupac. I probably like it more after the fact than I did when it was going on, because I was into grunge and rock. But I do remember that MTV Video Music Awards, and that was like his big break song. And I remember Sting doing it. I'm like, that's really cool. He got Sting to, and I'm like, that's awesome. And MTV, just every time he'd commit a crime, they'd bring up, I didn't do it. And then, yeah, of course you didn't do it. And even my mom, I was talking to her about it. She's like, well, I remember him on Ellen and Rosie O'Donnell and, and all these shows. It's like, yeah, fascinating.
By the way, RCB, you say a, quote, big star. I don't think he's a big star, but Panarin's going to get traded by the Rangers. I don't know if there'll be a better player traded.
Left Twix, I don't know. I don't watch MTV anymore, so it doesn't matter. And I don't like new music. So, I mean, I like some. I mean, I'm sure if there were more Sabrina Carpenter videos on, I might watch them. I like Billie Eilish a lot. So if she did videos, that would be interesting. But I actually reached out because, I've got to know my morning folks at work. And I actually reached out to Margie there from B. And I asked her, because she wanted me to give her an update. And I did. And told her I was doing the show. And I said, hey, what's your audience thoughts on Bad Bunny doing the Super Bowl? They're a pop station. I mean, that's the court. She goes, we don't even play they don't play Big Bunny on that station. I did not know that.
Huh.
So yeah, I that surprised me when she said that, because I thought that, and she's like, when we brought it up, no one seems to care. So, I know one of you mentioned the turning point, whatever the super conservative thing that's doing their halftime. Did you see who that is? You couldn't Kid Rock was great 20 years ago. Okay. Kid Rock's a train wreck. And I have no problem with, I don't care that he's conservative. I don't care. It's great that he got Bill Maher to end up having dinner with the president. I believe that in my heart. But musically, what he's writing, oh my God, it's awful. I've seen him in concert twice. He's fantastic. His new music is terrible.
Michael hoping to by Thursday, but we'll see.
Oh, thank you for reminding me about that. I have a guy who I worked with in Atlanta who has worked a couple Olympics. I will find out today. I will send a note to him and see if he is working. Good morning. To see if he is working this Olympics and if there's some way to hook up with him.
I don't think Sean Payton's ever had anybody else call the plays. So
they paid him enough to keep him.
Yep.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Daniel Kaplan will join us 1 hour from now. We'll talk a little sports business. Quite frankly, not sure if Pat Kirwan's going to join us at the top of the hour.
I'm betting against it, and it's my fault.
So we'll see. He'll definitely join us on Friday, though. We know that for sure. Lee Sterling will also join us on Friday. Seth Everett tomorrow. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. I thought I saw for a brief period of time yesterday that the Dolphins have made their decision about Tua and they're moving on. But I guess it's not official. Like, I guess they haven't notified him and his people, and they haven't made it public yet. I know there's a lot of pressure on teams to not make any news this week. Okay, it's the same in the World Series. It's like, don't make any news during the World Series, okay? You don't want to distract from our premier showcase. But
what was the one big signing World Series week in the last decade and a half that really pissed baseball off? Was that A-Rod?
It wasn't a signing. It was A-Rod opting out of his contract.
Okay.
And the Red Sox were up 3-0 on Colorado and were winning game 4. And it breaks in the middle innings that A-Rod's opting out.
That's right. I knew it was an A-Rod. Another reason they love him so much.
Yes, no doubt. And the fact that he was a lying POS to them for many, many years. Right. And they protected him for a long time because of his talent. But anyway.
A couple of poll questions today quickly. Dogs and cake. Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton to eat. Big dogs, small dogs, all dogs, no dogs. Carrot, chocolate, red velvet, yellow/white. Yesterday, our poll question was, what did you watch the most of? And Lightning Bruins ran away with it, over half the vote. The next closest was none of the above. Less than 10% of you watched the NBA, and less than 3% of you watched the Grammys more than anything else.
And I know for some of you, we talk a lot less NBA than you'd like. We do it because, quite frankly, outside of 15 years ago when LeBron was making his decision, our audience throughout the state of Florida, not really interested. It's like its 7th favorite sport. I think it's just ahead of MLS. Close. So we try to give you what you want.
Yeah, I mean, put it this way, an NBA Finals game or a World Cup game, I think our audience would choose a World Cup game. I really do.
They have historically throughout time. Like, less people laughed at me for getting up at 3 a.m. to watch Costa Rica, China in the World Cup than they do when I try to bring up a solid NBA topic.
The only thing that may have inhibited Miller and Moulton from getting together all these years ago is that I did nearly an entire show on the NBA.
Unbelievable.
And the Heat during, I believe, the postseason.
Mm-hmm.
And David literally walked in the building. I was doing mornings. David was doing afternoons at the time. And he just looked at me and he went, how?
How did you do it?
And I mean, we got calls and people were, and it was a good show. And he was like, how?
How did you do it? I've been trying for years. How did you do it? We will talk. And I'll tell you what, we do have a captive audience when we talk NBA in one Rick Church. Okay. He is a huge hooper. Him and his son, huge into hoops. He's been a loyal T-Wolves fan from the very beginning. Rick loves his association.
Go Wolves. And I would, like you said, David, from day one, because up until then I was a Milwaukee Bucks fan because that's what my dad was. When they announced an expansion franchise for the Minnesota Timberwolves, life began anew. And we went through a lot of bad years till we had Kevin Garnett, and things are much better now. So it's a good time for Minnesota NBA.
It is. And it's funny because obviously I had to not disassociate myself, but I would have sold the Pistons. When you asked me, is there a team you could get rid of? I could say, I can go without watching the Pistons anymore. I've watched them a couple times this year. I don't have the package. I like the Heat, but because, we're talking about all these RSNs, when I went to YouTube TV, you lose the Florida RSNs. Right. And the Heat, and with ESPN Plus, I get the Lightning. The Panthers are an over-the-air network where I live, so I can watch the games with an HD antenna. So I can get my two hockey teams. It's not worth the money I have to spend to get the well, you don't get the Magic. You just get the Heat. I was very interested in the Magic in October. The Magic have largely let us down this year. They have not been good. They need to have a good second half and get ready for the postseason because this season has been a huge disappointment for the Orlando Magic.
I will say this, though. Do you know who has delivered? Do you know who has been really good this year?
Bain.
Desmond Bain.
Yeah, it's been on Paulo. He's not. He
hasn't been healthy.
Right.
Oh, he hasn't been healthy, and neither's Franz. And unfortunately, this is an ongoing problem. But let me tell you, and their defense. I mean, I'll say this, kind of like McDermott in Buffalo. First off, I think there's a chance he could get fired during the break, but it would not shock me. To me, this is a put up or shut up year, and people get fired in Orlando if they don't have a deep playoff run.
I agree with that wholeheartedly. Absolutely. All right.
Bain's been terrific.
But Pat, I may have squashed David's talk yesterday because he reached out to me and then started asking me what we wanted this week. And I'm like, we'd love to have you. We know it's Pacific time. And he's kind of said he wanted to sleep. And David, the text was halfway done. And I said, I can't. I literally was texting, I'm doing the show from the cancer ward, right? And you're telling me you can't get up. And I'm like, I can't do it to him. I can't do it to him. So I let it alone. But a couple of little nuggets I threw at you because it is Super Bowl week. In the last 15 years, 4.5 is the largest spread. No favorites, 4.5 or higher, have not done well in the Super Bowl since 2000. 5-6 straight up, 1-10 against the spread. Period. In the last 5 Super Bowls, the favorites are 1-4 straight up and 0-5 against the spread. So, but it's here's another little nugget. 4th time ever, the favorites went 6-0 straight up in divisional round and conference championships. It's happened 3 other times in Super Bowl history with this, with all of them doing it. 73, 88, and 04. The favorite won the Super Bowl each time. So that's one that leans Seattle. So, whenever you want to do these trends, but do you know how good they are at over-unders in the Super Bowl, David? By they, I mean Vegas.
Right.
29, 28, and 1. They've been...
Well, they're off a number, okay, because this is 60, and that's only 58. So, but
maybe there wasn't one for the first one. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. Right.
And
but over under, by the way, 45.5. So if you factor in the point spread and what have you, give or take a half a point, you're looking at a 25-21 game.
Yeah. 26-20 was one of the prediction machines I saw.
Right.
Seattle, first time being favored in a Super Bowl. but they are 13-1 straight up in their last 14 playoff games as favorites.
The Patriots were 1-2. So obviously do the math. They're 16-3. They've won 15 of 16. Their only loss was blowing a 21-0 late second quarter lead at home to the Bills. Now, yeah, we can criticize who they've played and the quality of the quarterbacks that they've faced. Yep. We could say that they're a little bit paper mache and they've benefited from a lot of breaks here. Okay. I'll say this. Drake May's taken a lot of sacks in the playoffs. All right. That can't happen on Sunday. I don't think they can overcome the number of times he's been getting sacked in these games. Now, they have faced 3 top defenses, but Seattle's also a top defense. So that to me, you know, they talk about negative plays, and obviously you don't want turnovers, but, you know, I think it's imperative for Drake to throw the ball away, punt even. But we'll see. The guy who needs to stay healthy for me during this game is Kenneth Walker. Like this short run here, you know, Walker getting the extra load because usually it's him and Charbonnet, but for a very short window, Walker can handle the extra load. You wouldn't want to do it over 4 months, but obviously he can handle the load. But if by chance Walker gets banged up during this game at all, they don't have a Charbonnet. Be a big loss. Big loss. So, you know, Seattle needs him to, you know, it's kind of like Denver once they lost J.K. Dobbins. You know, Denver didn't have anybody after J.K. Dobbins. And we said that all year, by the way. That was something we were right on. Okay, we said they don't have enough quality running backs. And once Dobbins got hurt, and we said, and he gets hurt every year. And sure enough, made it through about half the season. And even though he didn't play in the second half of the year, he was still their leading rusher by 200 yards.
I think, you know, Gonzalez has been back and healthy. He needs to stay healthy too, because he's going to have to stop Smith and Jigba. I think
so.
I think that's a big part of this game, David. So to me, that's, you know, one of the matchups. Now, you know, what Darnold's talked about, and I think he's right, is that this offense, and he was praising Kubiak, and some of the audio I had just didn't work, but that he's kind of taught him to, you know, find the open guy. And that's been key for him in this playoff. He, you know, for the interceptions that he threw in different games, he's been clean in this postseason.
Yep.
So what do Vrabel and company do defensively to make him miss, to get him to throw into spots where we've seen him do it before? You know, I was wondering heading into the LA game. It's why I picked the Rams. Yeah, I trusted Stafford, but I also thought, can Darnold have another clean game? He doesn't typically have a string of really clean games. And he won that game for them. That's not been how Seattle's won this year. Not saying they've won despite of him, but he hasn't been the guy who's carried the team to the win. And I thought largely he carried that team to the win in the NFC Championship game. You know, they've had a great defense. As you mentioned, they've had a two-headed monster at running back. So
do you
think what Darnold is there on Super Bowl Sunday?
Do you think it matters at all that Seattle's playing in a stadium that they're familiar with? They play in it every year, and they played in it 5 weeks ago. Do you think that means anything? Comfort in the Super Bowl. How quickly can a team be comfortable? Well, Seattle, they play here every year. They played there at the end of December. Think it matters at all or no?
Maybe early. You know, I don't know. Be a great question for a quarterback. How much does familiarity of a stadium help you throwing the football? Is the crown of the stadium a little different? Are the angles different of what you're looking? I don't know that. Right. I would think for the quarterback, it would matter more than for anyone else, David.
Like for Troy Aikman, and he said it was for his first Super Bowl. He goes, couldn't ask for anything better. We played in my college home stadium. We spent the week working out at UCLA. He goes, the same practice fields for 3 years, same place I played my home games for 3 years. He goes, I couldn't have been more comfortable.
Yeah, that's where and Drake May is still a young quarterback. And I thought, you bringing up the sacks, the other thing, and I know weather isn't a part of it, but certainly in that Houston game, he put the ball on the ground. It's not just the sacks. He's got to hold on to the football. And their running game, I mean, they've fumbled more than Seattle this year, if you know what I mean. They're fumbling. Sam Darnold's interceptions. Will either of those be a part of the game? That's been maybe the weak link of the offenses this year, if you will, from a turnover standpoint. Which one plays clean? And I do think Seattle with the returner has an edge in special teams.
Both teams have been terrific in special teams.
They have. But I think the best returners on the Seattle team. So those are all parts of it. But we, starting to get into it. Media day yesterday. Some very stupid questions. Mm-hmm. My favorite was the person who asked Mike Vrabel, is this a must win?
Were they serious or were they going for the laugh? Because if they're going for the laugh, that's outstanding. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best. Be Cape.
Hey, football fans, Jimmy the Beef Guy here. This was coming up fast. Wait, did you just beat me? You mean I can't say soup? Whatever. So, guys, if you're having a football party, don't wait till last minute. Remember, guys, our beef packages come with the beef, the gravy, the bread, the peppers. All you have to do is heat and serve. So call me now or stop in one of our 2 locations in Bonita Springs or Fort Myers. And again, guys, please don't wait till last minute, man. Put your orders in now.
Get ready, Southwest Florida. The Southwest Florida Ag Expo is back. Now's the time to save big with the Mega Pass. Your all-in-one ticket to the fun, one low price. Get your one-day admission and unlimited midway rides. Mega Passes available online through February 26th at swflagexpo.com. Don't wait. Grab yours. Get ready for roots, rides, and real fun. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
At the Diamond District, we've built our inventory since day one.
We never pass on beautiful jewelry. For years, we've chosen exceptional diamonds and fine jewelry.
And when you buy with love for 2 decades,
your vault fills with extraordinary jewelry. That's why we're emptying the vault now through Valentine's Day. Enjoy rare pricing on jewelry chosen to celebrate love, connection, and commitment.
Will you be mine? Starts with diamonds from the Diamond District. Hablamos Espanol.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
This is Miller and Moulton. You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home on this Tuesday, the first such one of February. Thanks for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Talking a little bit about Super Bowl 60 for the first time, really, since the matchup was set. Talking, well, some baseball. Huge day in Tampa today. I believe it's huge. It may just be ceremonial, but to me it's huge because Governor DeSantis has never put his name, he's never put his power, he's never put his reputation on a sports project since he's been governor. I mean, I'm not wrong about that, am I?
No, in fact, David, I think if you could say anything, he's been anti-stadium, not
Correct.
just in the Tampa area. He
Period.
has been anti-government money to build sports facilities.
Right.
And he's a bit of he's a sports fan, I believe. Like, he's not anti-sports, but we're not just talking, spring training facilities. He has not been ever thought of giving money towards stadium projects. He said the owners can do it, local government can do it, but you're not getting state money for projects.
And now, because it's his guys. It's guys who have helped him politically. It's guys who have helped him financially, which then helps you politically. And it's people.
Is that how that works, David?
I've been told.
Okay.
I've been told. And it's guys that he has good relationships with. And the one thing we have found out during the last 6 to 8 months is that there was a lot of talking going on behind the scenes between some of the politicians in Tampa, St. Pete, between the governor's office, and between Commissioner Manfred's office. So think about what's happened here. Commissioner Manfred chose this ownership group. This was the one that Major League Baseball got behind. That's after the commissioner's office leaned harder than they've ever leaned before on Sternberg to get out of the way. And now the governor's office. And I don't believe there was any state money behind the big St. Pete project.
No.
All right.
And there was no Sternberg money behind the big St. Pete project.
There wasn't.
And I do think that's a part of this as well. Now, I think everything you're saying is 100% true. It's all 100% true. It's really not debatable. But the fact that news came out yesterday that this ownership group is pledging 50% of the money, I think makes it, obviously this was talked about between this ownership group and the governor's office. This isn't breaking news yesterday. I'm sure that they negotiated what they were going to put up in order to get the money that they needed from Hillsborough County and from the state of Florida, if there is any, because we've not yet heard what the entire financial proposal is. Hillsborough County's giving the land. That's the big part. I mean, that was, the land's free. It's ready to basically put shovel in the ground. That's important. When you were looking at the Ybor City area or some of the other areas that were being talked about, it wasn't that simple to get a stadium built on time. Remember, they got to be out of St. Pete after what? The 28 season, right? So three more seasons in St. Pete. They've got to get moving on this. Time is of the essence.
Correct. They have 38 months.
To build a domed facility.
Right. Put shovels in the ground now. You got 38 months so that they can play their opening day without it being problematic, because they will not have a deal with St. Pete for Tropicana Field. So in order for St. Pete to keep that building open and operational, in theory, the Rays would have to pay. Okay, never mind if they then had to go across the street and play the start of the 29 season or the entire 29 season at Steinbrenner Field once again, which, let's face it, the most seats you could sell is 10,000. You ain't going to make money. That's for sure. So there's a tremendous financial incentive, millions. Never mind, we all know about construction overruns, and every day it's an overrun, it's added cost. And I'm guessing, I'm going to go out on a limb here, but that the new Rays owners are going to be responsible for any overruns. It's usually one or the other. I don't see, with the politics being what they are, that the new Rays owners will get a deal where Hillsborough County or the state of Florida will cover any overruns. I don't believe that to be the case. I think, in fact, Mark, the report I saw yesterday was that the Rays ownership committed to more than 50%, even if it's only 51 or 52. But they were, I mean, to me, what's interesting here is if the cost to the county/state is $1 billion, let's just say the Rays are going to pick up 1.3, and the cost to the county and the state is $1 billion. Do they get the votes? Do they get the support? Will this deal happen?
I think so. Well, it looks like Hillsborough County's firmly behind it.
Okay.
I mean, the mayor's behind it. The county seems to be, I mean, they've got the right people in their corner. I understand things can change.
Yep.
But also the power of the owners. Sternberg was a first-class a-hole. He just was. The way he did business is not how people, fans, politicians want to see an owner do business. He talked out of both sides of his mouth when he did talk. He wanted everything. He kept changing the deal. I mean, it was never good enough. He negotiated with himself during it, if you know what I mean.
Right.
These guys have come out from the get-go with a plan. We're very early on in their ownership.
Mm-hmm.
But so far, they have stayed with their plan.
Mm-hmm.
They are committed to not only the ballpark, but the area where the ballpark is being built. And that's everything for these owners too. I'm not saying this is everything for this area. We know that they're going to benefit. But they immediately went and talked about what, David?
The Braves.
Arguably the best new stadium facility and area that's been built for baseball.
Yep.
What's going on in Atlanta, Marietta, Georgia, where that stadium is, people rave about it.
Mm-hmm. And
not
it's
just
a
the stadium.
Huge moneymaker for the Braves. A huge, so much so, to incorporate a story that's been in the news here in the last 18 hours, there are 9 Major League Baseball teams currently that are going to be affected by the demise of the FanDuel Sports Network. 6 of them have already opted out, including the Rays and Marlins. Well, that means they're going to be making a lot less money from local TV revenue than what they were making. But there's 3 other teams that are involved who haven't decided what they're doing yet, at least yet. They may decide by the end of business today. But 2 of them are the Angels and Tigers, and they're going to end up going along with everybody else and having their games produced by Major League Baseball. Yeah. Do you know what the Braves are doing? There are 15 teams affected by the FanDuel Sports Network going under. Actually, there's 16. 15 of them are going to get in bed with Major League Baseball. The Braves announced yesterday they're going to start their own network. And they can do it. Why? Because they are making coin. Cash.
That's interesting to me because, part of what I was thinking, and I'm actually surprised a little bit by that, is because if you're not getting the regional cable money that these teams, and remember when I had David Sampson on when David wasn't here last week, what did we talk about with David? That it was set income. They know when they're doing their books that they can guarantee on X million dollars from the RSN deal. So with these new stadium deals in the area around it, my guess is that that's more of a fixed income. So for the Rays, who will not have the money of the big market teams, despite a new stadium, despite probably more ticket revenue, where will they get more money from what's going on around it? and that will help the bottom line for the Tampa Bay Rays and these owners of what they're able to spend.
Tremendously.
And that's why just with the Atlanta thing, I'm like, okay, they're going to do a network too. I am fascinated. I get why they want to do it, but none of them are making money. I mean, the Dodgers are like the only one making money. So it is fascinating that they're doing this.
Yes, network makes money. I don't know about the Cubs' new network, if it makes money or not. Well, the Dodgers got so much money up front from Time Warner. I mean, I'll be curious if they can make money once that deal expires, but I don't think they have to worry about that for another 10, 12 years. There's two things I want to say. If you're the Braves, don't you think you've had a conversation with the Atlanta Hawks and that, listen, we'll build the network, but we'll televise your games too? Because think about programming. October into April, and then we got April to October. I mean, it gives you, okay, well, at least we can have games. Never mind, Atlanta's got a WNBA team and anything else. But I'm just wondering if that's a start, if that's where the Hawks are going to end up going with their games as well. But, you know, one more thing about the Rays and the stadium, and this surprised me. I think it was Babby, the president, okay? He announced 2 weeks ago that, well, it's either this or we're going to Orlando. I mean, period. He just flat said, this is it. This is our shot. This is our shot to do this. This is the best. We're not going to do better in Tampa Bay than this deal. And if not, then we're going to Orlando. He said it out loud. Okay, so first off, I'll bet you that's been talked about with Manfred. And here's the other thing. This deal's got to get done because Manfred's got to get to expansion because that's $2 billion a team for two teams. What's holding up Major League Baseball expansion and $4 to $5 billion of revenue is the Rays stadium situation because Vegas is happening. So think about how important this is to Rob Manfred in Major League Baseball, a guy who's also said within the next 3 years he's retiring.
There you go. It's his legacy. That's the end of the thing, of all the thing Manfred has done, and they've been a lot of good ones. His last thing for his owners is expansion. Daniel Kaplan in 25 minutes.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Get ready, Southwest Florida. The Southwest Florida Ag Expo is back. Now's the time to save big with the Mega Pass. Your all-in-one ticket to the fun, one low price. Get you one-day admission and unlimited midway rides. Mega Passes available online through February 26th at swflagexpo.com. Don't wait. Grab yours. Get ready for roots, rides, and real fun. Lee County. Building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Let's talk the big differences between Floormeisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floormeisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floormeisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floormeisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floormeisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
David, are you throwing me out or am I just bouncing out?
You're bouncing out.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, because I threw you out the one commercial break because your mic was on and you were talking to someone, and I'm like, yeah, people don't need to hear this. So
Yeah,
I
no, that's fine.
I threw you out during a commercial break, but obviously I've never thrown you out during a segment.
No, but that just happened during another break, and I thought I had it on mute, so that was why I didn't. I don't think Orlando's big enough at all. I think from a traffic standpoint, it would be a nightmare. I don't like anything about Orlando for Major League Baseball, for what it's worth. But that's a great question, RCB. He wants to. And with expansion, we think he has to. I'm torn. I get it.
I don't like it.
I get it, but I'm with you. I don't like the Yankees and Mets in the same division. I don't. Now, if he moved a team or two, like they've done in the past, that wouldn't crush me, David. The Brewers going to the NL, whatever. You know what I mean? Like that might have even been better for them because they were in with the Cubs instead of the White Sox. But
don't you have to put Detroit and Toronto then in the same division?
Would like that.
I mean, well, how could you not? If we're doing this geographically, don't you have to?
Yeah.
What are you going to do? Detroit, Toronto?
Go Kraft here. Schefter's saying he's not in.
Well, then who the hell are they putting in?
David, I don't know. I'm just telling you. I get for the South, RCB, it makes sense. If it was Nashville, Atlanta, Miami, Tampa, that's a good little division. It is. Or Charlotte, if they get one. And you go Charlotte, Atlanta, Tampa, Miami. I agree.
By the way, everybody in Nashville going to lose their jobs, and they deserve it.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Daniel Kaplan to join us. More on the demise of what is the FanDuel Sports Network. I think officially it's under the title of, what is it? I think it's Mainstream Sports is the title company, but we know it as the FanDuel Sports Network, and its demise. They've opted out of televising all their baseball and have said to the baseball teams, if you want to keep us, you're going to have to accept a lot less money. And every single team said, no, we're good. We'll do our own thing. Thanks. And FanDuel has assured the NBA and the NHL teams they're good through the rest of the regular season. And then that'll be it. Good long, so long, bye-bye, farewell.
I don't know. Look, I think in the short term, David, if these NBA and NHL teams go the way of the Panthers and what I think the Kraken have done it of
Phoenix
over the air
Suns,
network,
yeah.
over the air network, I think it's a benefit to the fan. Not the team from a financial standpoint, but to the fan, I think it's a good thing for those of us that watch our team in another market, like I do with the Red Wings on ESPN Plus. It won't make a damn bit of difference. ESPN Plus has the rights to those out-of-market games. So those of us around the country that are watching whatever team, that's fine. We'll see how it affects the NBA. We'll talk to Daniel about that. Baseball, we'll see. I mean, if if MLB TV gets these, I don't know how that's going to work with the baseball teams of where this is going to go, because that doesn't even exist anymore. So I don't know exactly where we're going to go for baseball. I mean,
well, and supposedly one of the reasons why Manfred wants to bring all 30 teams in-house is that this way he can eliminate blackouts, which I got to be honest, that's absurd. It's absolutely
the middle of the
absurd.
country of where you can't watch certain teams is just gross.
It's a joke.
It's gross.
And whatever the rules were, I'm sorry they don't apply anymore. It's changed. It's different. You know, we used to have the blackout rule in the NFL. It's different now. Okay. It just is.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't necessarily like government getting involved in sports, but if Congress could end blackouts tomorrow, I think they should.
Yes. And by the way, it'd be one of the few things that they've done, period. And secondly, it'd be one of the few things they've done in which people would go, hey, good job.
Right. You actually did something for the voters, not the rich people.
Which makes you wonder, well, why didn't you guys do this earlier? Okay, we actually applaud you for this. Your approval rating just went from 11 to 13%. Good job, guys.
David, you love close poll questions. We have a couple of them. It's National Golden Retriever Day. So what kind of dog person are you? Big dogs, small dogs, all dogs, no dogs. Red fish, blue fish, one fish, two fish. Big dogs getting nearly 40% of the vote. No dogs actually in second place with 23%, then all dogs and small dogs. But the cake, it's National Carrot Cake today. I do love me a good carrot cake. I went with yellow cake with buttercream ice cream is my favorite. Yellow cake is winning 29% of the vote. Carrot cake and chocolate cake in a dead heat at 24% of the vote. And Rick Church's red velvet cake at 22% of the vote.
Let's go.
That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. If you don't subscribe to X, you can always text us on the Pelican Roofing of Florida text line. 21,000 is the number. If you've never texted the show before, Miller is the keyword. Text Miller to 21,000 and then let it rip. We were talking about the fact that the NFL doesn't like a lot of news to leak out Super Bowl week, but Adam Schefter doesn't care because he posted on X moments ago some breaking news that according to his sources, Robert Kraft will not be getting into the Hall of Fame.
Oh my goodness. Who the hell are they putting in?
What is it? Elsie Greenwood, Ken Anderson, and who's the other Veterans Committee player? It was 3 players, right?
Roger Craig.
Yeah, thank you. Well done, Rick. So maybe the players are getting, hey, David, this is where I'm more worried. Okay. The owner thing, yeah, he deserves it. I don't care as much about the owners. I don't, because I've never gone to a game and said, boy, I can't wait to see Robert Kraft today. It doesn't matter to me. I may be in the minority, I may be in the majority, and I don't care. But I was not happy last year when they only voted in 4 players. You and I have talked about, we think there are far more players worthy on this finalist list than spots available to them. And the fact that you have to get 80% of the vote with so many great players, it looks to me like the vote is coming up short for guys. And now when I see no Kraft, no Belichick, I'm wondering, are we going to get 5 actual players in when they announce this week? And, we brought it up earlier in the show about Tisch, the owner of the Giants, being in the Epstein files. Someone texted right away. Is it because of votes or the recent Epstein files? They voted before that. That
Exactly.
news was not out. So It's a great point, and if it were next year, I would agree with you. I don't think this was out there before the vote.
And they just qualified for another Super Bowl under his ownership. Okay? And listen, if you put Jerry in and you put him in for business reasons, you didn't put him in because he was the owner of the team that went to and won 3 Super Bowls during his tenure. You put him in because of his impact business-wise. Well, Robert Kraft's been the second most influential owner in the league for a quarter century. Okay, you put in the number 1 guy. What's the deal with the number 2 guy? Now, because Mark, here's the problem. You wouldn't put any owners in. Fine, but you put Jera in. Okay, so I'm sorry. Once you put Jera in, there's going to have to be a couple of other guys that go.
No, I agree with that. I'm not saying that I wouldn't put them in. I don't care if they get in or not. It doesn't matter to me. I think they should actually, I like when they did contributors from an owner standpoint. The coaches, I had no problem being on the same slot as players until we got so many players log jammed.
Okay, think about it. We've now gone another year. They didn't put a coach in last year.
Right.
We're going to go another year where you don't put a coach in. We've got Belichick. We've got Shanahan. We've got Coughlin. We've got, Mike Holmgren was a finalist. Don't get me going on Marty Schottenheimer and Dan Reeves. Okay. Seriously, none of these guys, 2 years in a row, none of these guys are worthy of the Hall of Fame. I can make the argument they're all worthy before I can make the argument none of them are worthy, and take Belichick out of it even.
Yeah, just put the other coaches you mentioned. To me, Dan Reeves not being in is a crime. To me, it is, David. And if he's in, how does Belichick not go in? I know I'm going back to that, but I'm with you.
Well, how is Bud Grant? Seriously, how is Bud Grant and Marv Levy in and Dan Reeves isn't? As coaches, they took their teams to the Super Bowl 4 times. Dan, by the way, took 2 different franchises. Never mind the fact Dan actually was a very good player in the league for a decade. Man, I'm sorry. We're going to have to start turning around all our disgust towards the baseball writers in the Hall of Fame. We got to start directing it at the pro football folks, the 50 people who vote for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. I'm sorry. Okay. You guys right now are heading the, what's the word I'm looking for that is strong but clean, moron list right now in sports. Honestly, come on now.
And
You're
David, I
making
wonder
the Hall
when
of
it was
Fame look bad.
They are, and when it was just the smaller amount, and they were all associated with a team, as opposed to some of the players and GMs that have gotten in, it seemed like they were doing a better job.
Bill Polian is in, and Mike Shanahan's not. Oh, seriously.
Say that out loud.
What are we doing? Bill Polian or Robert Kraft? Who had a bigger impact on the National Football League? What is going on here? Daniel Kaplan next.
Let's talk the big differences between Floormeisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floormeisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floormeisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floormeister's prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floormeisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000 depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Johnny, I'm guessing that yellow cake comment, while I understand that I don't think we're correlating one with the other, but thank you for your political discourse on the Iraqi war.
Rick?
How's that?
You got to call our guest here.
Oh, I do? Okay.
Yeah. Yes, Sonny. 7 o'clock Friday, Lee Sterling. 8 o'clock Friday, Pat Kirwan. Now, Sonny, I think Holmgren's like 5th or 6th on the list personally, but here's.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. So the breaking news in the last 20 or so minutes that not only will Belichick not go in, but apparently neither is Kraft. Wow. I'll say this then. If Ken Anderson, Roger Craig, or L.C. Greenwood, they don't get in this year. I mean, they've never stacked the ballot and rearranged their voting more so than this.
I mean, L.C. Greenwood has an edge, David. He played for Pittsburgh, which gives you a better than 90% chance if you're on the ballot of getting into the Hall of Fame.
I know.
Like it or not, that's the case.
Yep, but he's waited this long. And but we shall see if things are lining up for any of those three men. By the way, of the three, I think Roger Craig was the best player of the three.
Tougher for me to say. I mean, obviously, I watched a lot more of him than Ken Anderson. Ken Anderson, just didn't benefit by whom he played against when his career was going on. He was an exceptional quarterback. There just happened to be some other pretty good quarterbacks in the AFC and pretty good teams during his tenure. And L.C. Greenwood, obviously part of that great Steeler defense.
You mean you think the trio of Bradshaw, Greasy, and Stabler hurt Ken Anderson? Is that what you're saying?
The winning of Greasy, he was a better quarterback than Bob Greasy. I'm sorry. I think that's I think that's an easy one, and I'm not joking. So we'll get the vote.
Voicemail.
Gotcha. Okay.
Message. I hope he calls back.
No problem. Just needed to know what was going on. Hoping to chat out with Daniel Kaplan. He covers sports business for a living, one of the best at it, actually. Hoping to catch up with him here in the next dozen or so minutes. A lot going on in sports. We talked about a huge day in Tampa. They're lining up the commissioner. They're lining up the governor. They're going to unveil their grand plans. They're hoping to get nothing but positive press, positive PR. And then, of course, everybody's going to say, that's great. Let's talk money. Let's talk money. I think the Rays, by the way, the new ownership group should just say, we're asking for $1 billion. We'll cover all the rest. If it's 2.3, then we'll do 1.3. If there's overruns, we'll do the overruns. We're asking for $1 billion. Okay, Hillsborough County, Governor DeSantis, go to work. That's what we're asking for. Keep this in mind, though. The Bucks are watching all of this very closely. Very closely. Their stadium's over 30 years old. That's about the time you start, that's about the time you start asking for repairs and improvements and what have you. And if they're doing it for a baseball team down the street, literally, okay, then the Bucks are like, well, I want to see how this plays out. And that is something, by the way, if you're Hillsborough County, that you need to keep in mind here. The other guys are going to come calling. You just shelled out a little bit of money to help the Lightning, and by a little bit of money, I think about $300 million for that stadium and improvements and what have you, because it's been around a while now. So just when you're talking Rays, guys, just make sure you also keep the Bucks in mind, because trust me, They're making a list, and
Yeah,
they're
they've
checking
got
it
your
twice.
phone numbers.
Yeah.
They've got your phone numbers, and that
it's
is
coming.
your team at the end of the day.
Right.
But with getting the Rays and the long-term deal they did with the Lightning, we all think they'll take care of the Bucks. It locks in the future of Tampa sports for the next 20, 30 years.
Yep. Absolutely. Now, what would be nice, if you're the new Rays ownership group, you've got the commissioner, you can talk to him, you can ask for certain things. But you know what you can't ask for? To host a World Series. You've got to go earn that on your own. That is one of those things if you're the Bucks, okay? And you might not get Goodell to say it out loud, but if you're the Bucks, okay, to get your 600 plus million that you're going to be looking for and what have you, you need to be able to whisper to somebody behind the scenes, if you do the repairs, we get a Super Bowl. Goodell has assured us, because they kind of owe us one, because the last one we had was during COVID, and we could only sell 1 out of every 4 seats. Okay? And we didn't get the bang for our buck during the week, because who was coming to town to visit? Okay, so they kind of owe us one, but you got all these new stadiums also in the NFL. I mean, that's what Tampa Bay
Nashville's
will
getting
be.
a new stadium.
Think about it.
Dome's going there.
Nashville,
Right? Denver's getting a dome. Cleveland's getting a
DC.
dome. DC's getting a new stadium.
Right. Chicago might get a dome. Look out. So Miller,
I don't know what's going on with Daniel because he called my cell phone. He called the hotline. He said he's ready.
On the hotline. Okay, hold on.
Well, it may be line 1, Rick, because I don't know what number you're giving him. But sorry to produce on air, folks, but he's literally called my cell phone and said he's ready.
Okay, so what we used to use as the hotline is now a number for one of the other stations in the building, but I'll keep trying.
Well, I don't think we gave him the hotline. I think we give him, I don't know what number you gave him. All I know is that he's called me and he's ready to go.
I gave him the regular 337-3776 number.
Try not to.
Okay, Rick.
Sorry, man.
Try him again if you can, please. Sorry to produce on air, folks. Not really what we like to do.
Well, just saw the inner workings, though, of a sports radio show. I mean,
falling apart at the seams in the 8 o'clock hour. Maybe I can get one of the nurses to do a segment.
Well, hey, I think we're all looking forward to that. Never mind the fact we're on video. But yeah. No, listen,
I know, but they have the masks on. It takes away. They have to wear the masks in the room.
Right. Well, bring in the Lightning fan who was, cheering.
She's nighttime. She's overnight. She's got the third shift.
Oh, man. All right. Well, then we got to find somebody on the day shift that, is a big sports fan. That's all. Then, yeah, we could have a daily appearance anyway. So many minutes after the hour. And now it's time for. But, yes, Mark with us today. And he's planning on being with us all week. We'll see. He's receiving, medication that's going to make him feel worse and worse each day before Friday. So we'll see. Daniel Kaplan's kind enough to join us, one of the best sports business reporters in the country. You can follow Daniel on X at Kaplan Sports Biz, Kaplan Sports Biz. Read his work at danielkaplan.substack.com. Daniel, it's David and Mark. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you this morning?
Well, we are good. Our time's a little more limited than we had intended, so let's get right to it. Was there anything surprising to you, having covered this story now for quite a while, as to what came out of the Major League Baseball and the demise of mainstream sports yesterday?
Unfortunately, no. This has been a story that's been building for years and years, the demise of the standard regional sports channel. And Main Street Sports, which before was Diamond Sports, which before that was Fox Sports Net. This is a story that's just been building as people switch to digital and streaming away from cable and paid TV. It's demolished the regional sports infrastructure.
All right, Daniel. Obviously, we know that the Dodgers make money. We think that the Yankees make money with the Messin and the Nessens, maybe not as much, and even the Cubs network. Manfred wants all 30. How realistic, by the end of the decade, is it that he could get everything under the control of Major League Baseball?
Well, he's certainly going to get more than I thought a few years ago he would have gotten. He already, with the 6 that are going to Major League Baseball that was disclosed yesterday. He's now over. He's in double digits. He's over 10, I believe, teams. But it's not realistic. The Yankees and Dodgers, the Mets. You mentioned Ness, and these teams with the mega contracts. I think the Cubs you also mentioned with the mega contracts. I think the Dodgers earn $335 million on average a year from their Spectrum deal, which is far and away the most. There's no way Major League Baseball could match that. So I don't foresee them getting all 30 Major League Baseball teams by 2028, but they'll have a good number of them.
The Braves indicating that they may start their own network. They may pull a Cubs here, who I think are the most recent, team to start their own network. Boy, first off, they don't have a whole lot of time to do it. But secondly, how surprising was that announcement?
Well, the Braves are one of the premier brand name teams in Major League Baseball, so they probably could pull it off. But you're right; they don't have much time. Presumably, they've been building the infrastructure for it for a while in the event, and this likely eventuality that Main Street Sports would not come through with rights fees. But if they have to go and work with Major League Baseball for a year and then build their own RSN, that's always a possibility.
Daniel, what the hell would they put on it? Like we talked, they could get the Hawks probably, but if you're building a network, you need programming. Outside of the Braves and the Hawks, where would they get the programming, and where are all these networks going to continue to get programming going forward?
Well, there's minor league sports, there's lesser sports, there's talk shows, there's all the shoulder programming. Look, Yes Network only has the Yankees. I mean, I know the Yankees are a bigger brand than the Braves, but they only have the Yankees, and they survive 24/7, and they charge quite a substantial fee to the pay TV. They get paid a substantial fee from the pay TV providers. So it is possible, but it's tougher when you're just one team on an RSN and you don't have multiple teams, especially seasonal teams like basketball, hockey, when you're a Major League Baseball team.
Daniel Kaplan, read his work at danielkaplan.substack.com. Follow him on X at Kaplan Sports Biz, B-I-Z, Kaplan Sports Biz. This is unrelated, but the announcement last week by Peacock that, oh yeah, by the way, we lost $550 million, even though they increased subscriptions by 3 million and increased the cost of their subscriptions. Is it possible that the streaming services are the regional sports networks in 10 years?
It's totally possible. I mean, ESPN has talked about regional sports on their new ESPN Unlimited app. Amazon Prime has been working with Main Street Sports on distribution digitally of their RSNs. So it is entirely foreseeable that the majority of RSNs get distributed digitally. But that there still is a pay TV package. There's still about 60, 70 million homes that get pay TV. In 10 years, say that's 50 million. That's still a lot of homes that get paid TV. So whoever is in charge of the RSN has to figure out how to reach those homes and not just digitally.
Is there a market? Some of these teams, the Kraken, the Phoenix Suns, the Florida Panthers have gone over the air in different sports, hockey and basketball. Is there any way to make that profitable for NBA, MLB, and NHL teams?
It's very hard to see how. The existing player compensation in all these leagues, other than the NFL, is based on pay TV subscriptions. And if you remove that from the paradigm, which some of these teams have done by going through free TV and digital, the amount of money the difference between before and after is substantial. And I think we're going to see in Major League Baseball and these other these other leagues in their next season a big capital crunch where teams are starting to lose money again.
Daniel, thanks for making time for us. We appreciate
All right,
it.
thank you.
Safe travels. Daniel Kaplan, Kaplan Sports Biz on X. Kaplan Sports Biz. Read his work. He's one of the very best at sports business, has been for a while. DanielKaplan.substack.com. DanielKaplan.substack.com. Well, I don't think there are many shows, local, regional, national, that cover the money in sports more than we do. We've always been fascinated by it. We've always thought for 20 years it was driving the train, and now it drives a bigger train than it ever has before. This is something to keep in mind, by the way, with the Rays. They just lost their TV gig. They're going to make a lot less money through TV than they have been. These owners are losing money. The Rays are not going to be profitable these next couple of years. They're not. And that's a rarity because the Rays have been profitable.
And David, you and I are hockey guys. We have a lot of hockey fans that listen. All of these hockey teams are going to lose their deals. Their salary cap just went up for the next couple of years. It'll be interesting to see how players' salaries are affected going forward because the teams, like you said, will not be making the money they were making, if any, at all. The Diamond District Bonus Hour next.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Let's talk the big differences between Floormeisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floormeisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floormeisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floormeisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floormeisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Think we only fix windows? Think again. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business does so much more to upgrade your home. We custom build stunning shower and bath enclosures, install sleek glass doors and windows, and can bring fresh life to foggy or cracked panes. Need a glass tabletop or a statement mirror? Yep, we do that too. If it's glass and it's in your home, we're the team to call.
Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah.
Hey, football fans, Jimmy the Beef Guy here. This is coming up fast. Wait, did you just beat me? You mean I can't say soup? Whatever. So, guys, if you're having a football party, don't wait till last minute. Remember, guys, our beef packages come with the beef, the gravy, the bread, the peppers. All you have to do is heat and serve. So call me now or stop in one of our 2 locations in Bonita Springs or Fort Myers. And again, guys, please don't wait till last minute, man. Put your orders in now.
Spring training is a big win for Lee County. Beginning next month, we will proudly host the Boston Red Sox and Minnesota Twins right here in Southwest Florida. It's more than great baseball. It's jobs, visitors, and $69 million in tourism impact for our local economy. Get your tickets at redsox.com and twins.com. Be part of something that strengthens our community. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I'm doing. Hey, Rick.
Yes, sir.
Could you check your phone again? I just want to check that number, the prefix.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus, I screwed that up. Yeah, it's 337. Sorry.
Okay. Nope. I just need to know because sometimes certain people won't give us their cell, but they'll call into a hotline. So
yeah.
Okay.
And we used to actually have a hotline that was separate from the call.
Oh, it was. That's what we've been giving out. That must have changed only in like the last couple of weeks. Maybe
I mean, it was a
first of the
while
year.
before that, but yeah, but they switched it over to like one of the other stations.
Gotcha.
So I see that phone light up all the time, and whereas I used to answer it because I assumed it was a studio use only hotline.
Right. Now you know it's
because it rings all the time. So that's why I was.
Gotcha.
But that if he may have called another station when he dialed that. So
I think he just dialed what you gave him, though, Rick. But I don't know. David, what did we?
Well, I left the first voicemail. I did leave the number to call in.
Yeah, but no biggie.
Oh, it is, Mark. I'm a perfectionist, man. I hate screwing up.
Don't worry about it. Hey, David, we did Ray Stadium first segment. What did we do second segment? That hour.
Craft.
There you go. Okay. I'm texting Trent.
Gotcha.
Because he doesn't know what we talk about, and it's better when that's up.
By the way, I'm going to text Gentry and recommend that if he takes something from the show to use, he should take it from the craft segment. Yeah, Sonny. Supposedly, they've made great progress on the Trop. Then they've made improvements to it. So, I know spits on sports. I totally agree.
Yes, some voters are going to lose their votes if this is found out.
Where is all the leaking coming from? This is
remarkable. Unprecedented.
Yep.
I mean, this is unprecedented for the whole. This has to have Goodell fired up and the Hall.
You know, what I'm wondering is, are the reporters able to figure it out going backwards? Like by now, has the NFL and the Hall of Fame sent their representatives to the people's houses for those that got the votes? And they're able to backtrack it. You know, like I don't know.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the Diamond District bonus hour, fourth and final hour of Miller and Moulton, airing in Jacksonville, Tampa, St. Pete, and Fort Myers, Naples. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Not one, but two poll questions: dogs and dessert or dogs and cake? Whichever way you want to, I went with the alliteration, but dogs
and we're big
cake.
On that on this show. We are big on that.
Well, starting with the name of the show. I mean, when you start with Miller and Moulton, you end up doing, double D's, double C's, double F's, and what have you. By the way, people did appreciate, Mark, your spelling of Moffat that you did to someone from the insurance industry on the phone, in which you went, M as in like Mary, O as in,
Oscar.
Octagon.
Yes.
F as in
the F word.
F as in the
F word.
Right. So the people enjoyed how you spelt that out for the insurance person.
Yes.
On the phone. Yes.
Yes,
Well
and I hope that when you're asked to spell things now with someone on the phone, that you also will use my.
Yeah.
It's
Sure.
better than F for Frank. It really is. It gets their attention.
It is. I agree. I agree. In fact, the only other place that I'm used to hearing things spelled out are in airports on trans when they say, and your next stop is gate D, D as in David. Okay. And that's what D is in the Atlanta airport. They went with David. Oh, okay. So now, from now on, when I'm in these airports and, you're traveling and from gate to gate and you're on the tran and they're letting you know what the next stop is, if we get to a gate F, I'm going to be like, oh, come on, lay it on me. Lay it
That
on
would be
me.
great. That
How
would
great
be
would
great.
that be?
So there's one other, I don't know if it's controversy is not the right word, but there is one other thing going on that has to do with the Super Bowl, but not really the Super Bowl, if you will. But it's a
Okay.
screw up. Apparently Fanatics, who is the jersey retailer for the NFL, has been caught with their pants down and had to issue an apology to Patriot and Seahawks fans because of jersey shortages.
What?
And they posted their basic apology, and it is flat out full of excuses. And you know what we don't like? Excuses.
Yeah.
I tell my daughter all the time, excuses are like bum holes. Everybody's got one, and they all smell. Yes, I clean it up for her. But Fanatics said, NFL fans, we've seen your jersey feedback, and we take it very seriously. We've let Patriots and Seahawk fans down with product availability. We own that, and we are sorry. But here's the excuse. This Super Bowl matchup has created unprecedented challenges for us because of the massive surge in demand we saw from Patriot and Seahawk fans. Both teams went from missing the playoffs last season to being in the Super Bowl, an incredibly rare occurrence that has led to these two fan bases buying nearly 400% more jerseys since Thanksgiving versus last year. Even though we ordered substantially more jerseys for these teams than ever before, we've struggled to meet the overwhelming demand to keep team color jerseys in stock, which we know is your expectation. As sports fans, we understand your frustration and will work tirelessly to be better. Now, can I just point out something here? Even though we ordered substantially more jerseys for these teams than ever before, we struggled to meet the demand to keep team color jerseys in stock, which we know is your expectation. Well, then if you know it is their expectation, then have them. Oh, by the way, the Patriots' record's been pretty good since Thanksgiving. So is Seattle's. Oh, by the way, Seattle was a 1 seed. The Pats were a 2 seed. Come on now.
I agree. I will say this. I was in San Francisco a couple times this year. The Super Bowl stuff that the NFL had out in some of the stores, and I was just talking about being in an airport, and they've had Super Bowl stuff out in the airports for a couple months. I found it to be ugly. I think very black and not much else to it was all the Super Bowl 60 stuff that I saw. And, that was leading up to the playoffs because I haven't been out there once the playoffs have started. But it just surprised me. I looked at it and I went, oh, I wouldn't spend money on that. And I tried to put myself in the shoes of being a fan. Okay. And I'm like, if I came out for the game, I'm like, yeah, I wouldn't buy that. I'll figure something out somewhere else to get my, souvenir shirt or whatever the case may be. But so Yeah, it's tough. This also another thing, Mark, fair or not to Fanatics, 2 weeks. 2 weeks. I mean, this is like, why do we have 2 weeks? It's largely for the NFL, but it's also, hey, anybody who's got anything to do with this game, you've got an extra week to get your together.
Well, and these are people that order, obviously want them to go to their parties. I mean, it's obviously not just people going to the game, it's people all over the country, obviously.
Right.
And the other one that's Super Bowl-esque, and I know others have talked about it, we're probably a little late to the party. But everybody gets into the Super Bowl logo and the colors and predicting the team. Did you see the poster that was put out preseason for the Super Bowl?
It's almost as if this was the game they thought they were going to get, right?
Right, because Saquon is the person you see. It's the first jersey. And then you see Purdy and Burrow and Watt and Mahomes, Goff, Prescott, Tagovailoa, Allen, Jackson, Bijan Robinson. But the furthest two players from the poster, but yet the closest two players to where the trophy and stadium lie, are Drake May and Sam Darnold.
There you go.
I mean, you can't make this up. It doesn't even seem right. And yet, once again, the conspiracy theorist among us will say, see, it's fixed.
Right.
Because if the NFL was fixing a Super Bowl, they'd put Seattle in it.
Of course they would. Of course they would. I mean, there's no other matchup that's bigger than this, right?
I mean, the Patriots, I get, and are we all comfortable with the Patriots being back? How long are you rooting for Seattle because of lingering Patriot hatred, or because it's Vrabel in May, you're okay with it? And I may get in trouble for saying this. I'm not even going to say the word, but we all know they've been, the T-shirts and stuff in New England blank for May. I'm just scared to get in trouble anymore, David. So it was brought up at the media night to Darnold, and he had a big fake ham, and he goes, I like ham for Sam.
And then
it makes me miss Letterman to have Sam Darnold on with the canned ham.
No doubt. Didn't somebody give him like a big ham to put on his head?
Yeah. Yes. And he had a ham for Sam hat. It was fantastic.
I will say, I know it's not sitting well with a lot of other fan bases that have really struggled. Like, imagine where I am in Jacksonville and the Jaguar fan going, well, the Patriots suffered for so long. It's so nice that they could have such a great bounce back season like this. So, I mean, I don't think it's a popular feeling outside of New England, but I don't think people have the angst towards this team, because it's not Brady and Belichick. It's Vrabel and May, and they know it's a completely different group. And I think also, if you've been following the season, that this is, I mean, come on. We just had a playoffs with no Mahomes and the Chiefs, no Burrow and the Bengals, no Lamar and the Ravens. Okay. I mean, really? I mean, I think everybody knows. We talked about it for months leading up to the playoffs. This was likely going to be the most wide open AFC playoffs that we have had in over 20 years, since before Peyton and Tom got it going on. And it was only like a 2 to 3 year window. I mean, we talked about, this is your great shot. You're the Houston Texans, you're the Jacksonville Jaguars. This is a great opportunity to steal a Super Bowl appearance, because it should be harder next year. You've got to figure one of these other teams that's been great for the last 10 years is going to get their act together just next year.
Or rather, is it the end of an era for a lot of good quarterbacks? And is their run starting to diminish while we are seeing a new guard come into the league? And on that note, David, as we've talked about kind of throughout the show, there's not been, as you and I are trying to devour every story we can get about the game. David and I love the game. We don't like the side stories, but there have not been a lot of stories yet about the game. And I am wondering how much of an excitement level there is for this game by the NFL fan. Will this game do the numbers they are expecting it to? You have the whole halftime issue with Bad Bunny that brings its own element in that people are pissed off about that. So I am very curious. You have not a no-name team, but you have Seattle and you have a relatively unknown New England team, a new team, if you will. How much interest is there with no Mahomes? Obviously Josh Allen's not been there, but you know what I'm getting at. Does this take away from the excitement of the game, or is it just a matter of it's a national holiday, come Sunday, 6 p.m., we watch the damn Super Bowl? And I think at the end of the day, that's what it'll be.
I do as well, although I actually think that it will not be the highest rated Super Bowl of all time. I don't think it will outrate last year or the year before. I just think that, there'll be a little bit of star power. I mean, the Swifties aren't watching alone. I mean, don't laugh. How many million people you think that is? They ain't watching. So, Seattle and New England is going up against that, if nothing else. But Seattle favored by 4.5, over under 45.5. Tirico calling his first Super Bowl with Collinsworth on NBC. I love one of the prop bets. They're betting how many times Collinsworth mentions Mahomes during the game.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Got a cracked window or foggy glass? Don't wait for the next storm to make it worse. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business is just down the road and ready to help. From leaky frames to shattered panes, we've got the tools and the know-how to get your home or business storm ready. With flexible scheduling and our done right promise, you'll be in good hands. So before or after the weather hits, call your neighbors at Glass Doctor.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor. We fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Let's talk the big differences between Floormeisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floormeisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floormeisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floormeisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floormeisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Hey, Mark.
Yes.
Did you want me to keep sending you the files every day too? It's no problem. I don't know if it's just a yesterday thing or.
Yeah, you might as well. Right now, Trent said he'll do it, so I actually looked into buying. When he told me it was already done, I was planning on doing it, but since he was so fast, I'm like, you know what? I'll take the help.
Okay, I'll keep sending them.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes after the hour. Less than 20 minutes away from the good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day one. Some final thoughts. Mark, I just want to reiterate something that you got to much earlier in the show. Like, you're undecided as to who you're picking, the bets you're making, and what have you. I'm all over Seattle. Seattle's favored by 4.5. And you mentioned a few things. That first off, if the spread's that big, you should take the dog. And you've got a whole bunch of recent evidence to prove it. But the most recent evidence is that if you've taken the points in the last 5 Super Bowls, you're 5-0. And 4 of those 5, the underdog won outright. Now, the lines have all been small. You know, the Chiefs last year were favored officially by 1.5. The Niners the year before, when they lost in overtime to the Chiefs, were 2-point favorites. The Eagles, the first Chiefs-Eagles Super Bowl, was favored by 1.5. The Chiefs-Bucks, KC was favored by 3. Chiefs-Niners, 6 years ago yesterday, by the way. Chiefs were a 1-point favorite at kickoff. I mean, the biggest number in the last damn near 10 years was the Rams 4.5-point favorites at home against the Bengals before this Sunday's game. The last time we've had a spread bigger than that in the Super Bowl, officially, the 17-1 Carolina Panthers were a 5-point favorite over Peyton and that great Broncos defense when Denver pulled the upset. We did go over this shortly after the Patriots made the Super Bowl. This is their 12th. In their previous 11 Super Bowls, they are 6-5 straight up. But in their previous 11 Super Bowls, they are 3-6-1 against the number. And the reason that there's only 10 instead of 11 is because I believe the last time these two teams played, Mark, is the only time officially that the game was a pick'em at kickoff, was when the Patriots and the Seahawks met 11 years ago. The only time the Super Bowl was officially a pick'em. Therefore, you know, who do you give credit for the win and who do you give credit for the loss? So in the other 10, betting the Patriots, you're 3-6-1.
You know, one of the things I wonder, and I'm curious of your answer, David. Seattle has played 2 division opponents in the playoff. They smashed the Niners. They beat the Rams. But that means that Kubiak and company, the OC and the coach, McDonald there, had film. They have, sorry about that. They have a lot of homework on the team that they played. They know what they're getting for the most part. Now with the game against New England, neither team has recent familiarity against the opponent. Who does that benefit? The defensive coordinator or the offensive coordinator? Either team. Because, you know, we all love overs. We would all prefer a game that gets up there in scoring. For most of us, everybody except David, that is something that we look forward from when we look from an entertaining Super Bowl. Offense leads to entertainment. So I'm curious, David, because obviously Seattle's offense has been great in the first 2 playoff games. They knew the defense. They were playing really well. He schemed Darnold up in a fantastic way. He does not know the Patriots. I know there's a lot of film study, but it's different. They've not played them. They can't do their offense against their defense, if you know what I mean. So do you think there's an advantage for defensive coordinators in this game or offensive coordinators in this game?
Defensive. Okay. I think it's just easier for them to also pull surprises
that the
based
other
off of-
offense has not seen, right?
Right. I just, and obviously you can argue it the other way. You could say, well, you know, the team can do, like Shanahan, what was it? Was it the playoff game against the Eagles? He ran a play he hadn't run in 7 years, you know, against arguably the best defensive coordinator in the league. But I don't know, two defensive coaches. I think that I lean under in this game. I do. I think turnovers will be needed to make it go over, and both quarterbacks might cooperate, quite frankly. But I'm leaning under. I mean, I'm hoping for 24-20, something like that. I really am. I'm hoping to lose on Seattle -4.5.
Right.
Love
I mean,
to.
we won a game. It was
Yeah.
funny. And one of the nurses who was the Saints fan, she's talking a little football with me, and she's like, she goes, does it different because it's your job? And I'm like, no, I still love the games. Love the games. And you and I have always been that way. Do I root as hard for teams that I rooted for as hard as in my 20s? No. But I just want every game to be great. I want the games we're talking about to be entertaining. I want, when the fourth quarter starts, for me to say, I've got no idea who's going to win this thing. That's what makes a great game. And I'm hopeful we get that on Sunday. And recency shows us that underdogs have surprised in the last 5 Super Bowls, with the favorite only winning 1 time straight up in the last 5 years. Many of you do not think that will be the case. We'll have Lee Sterling Friday. He's going to give us his picks on the game and the over-under. He said he's giving it out, which I was excited about. Plus, the most important bet.
Here we go.
Football season.
Here we go.
His daughter is 10-0-1 on the Anthem over-under in the last 11 Super Bowls. The reason there is a tie, when Reba doubled up home of the Brave when she did the Super Bowl, most sports books paid out both sides, or at least squashed the bet, because she doubled up home of the Brave. So that's where the 10-0-1 is. You know, you can look at that much the way they looked at it in stripes. We're 10-0-1. Yes, the first 40-year reference of the show coming by me in the Diamond District bonus hour.
That's very impressive, actually, for us to go 3.5 hours before we, you know, reference something during the Reagan administration. It's usually a lot sooner than that.
Well, that's because we have a baseball hour, and how can you do a baseball hour without a 40-year-old reference? And for those that missed the show, millerandmoulton.com to download anything you missed. I may have led the baseball hour discussion today, and that's a first on this show. We've got a couple of poll questions. They have nothing, absolutely nothing to do with sports. It's National Golden Retriever Day. What kind of dog person are you? Big dog, small dog, all dog, no dog. Big dogs in first, all dogs and small dogs tied, no dogs 24%. But more importantly, it's National Carrot Cake Day today. What's your favorite cake? Chocolate, carrot, red velvet, yellow/white cake. That's your winner. A little less than 30%. Chocolate next, carrot at 24%, and Rick Church's red velvet cake coming in at 20%. A very, very close cake vote. I like a red velvet cake. It looks very pretty. I would say it's the prettiest of the cakes that we have on the list.
And the most delicious.
When you think pretty cakes, you think Rick Church.
What?
That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton to vote. The big news football-wise that has been leaked out by one Adam Schefter, Robert Kraft not making the Hall of Fame by his sources. That's now a handful of leaks on the Hall of Fame. That has got to have Goodell and the Hall of Fame folks incensed, David. When has this ever happened? I don't
can't
recall a
recall
time.
I really can't. I'm
And
trying
you
to
love Halls
remember.
of Fame.
Last year, I thought we found out before the official vote that Eli was a no, but I don't remember anybody else. To now know that both Belichick and Kraft are a no, who the heck's going in?
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. Capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Let's see. God, this is where I get bad. I can't remember what we did this hour. What did we first segment? We did baseball again, right? No, what the hell did we do first segment?
I thought we did the Super Bowl.
Super Bowl. We just did it there too, didn't we?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Super Bowl jerseys. All right. Quick little update on food.
Yeah.
Omelet. I'm going to go with a yes, but 2 days in a row, bread not toasted, even though I ordered it well done today, and not cold or not warm when it got to the room. When English muffin today. Not even really toasted and cold. Quesadilla yesterday was a winner. Had that for lunch. Salad was tasty. Not going to lie. Hadn't had one in a while.
Okay.
No, I am doing all hotel food, Gamero, or hospital food rather. It's just I can have people bring me food, but then it's got to be microwaved because you got to make sure you kill all bacteria. So while I'm here, it just seems easier to eat what they're going to give me because it's all prepared how they want it prepared for me. They said I can have snacks, so I am having the wife bring me ice cream on Friday because that's the day of my transplant. And supposedly post-transplant, the chemo will hit a little harder and I'll be a little weaker and may not have an appetite. So I'm going to get in my last hurrah with, I believe it's the vanilla fudge caramel Ben & Jerry's, my new favorite. And I may have my wife bring me a bag of potato chips to have for the Super Bowl. David, you're being asked when your last Frosties from Wendy's. Oh.
Probably gonna be today.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. So before we get to good, bad, and ugly, what's on tap today?
Yeah.
My mom's in town visiting, and I got my eating through my mom.
Right.
The reason
she made the big announcement at what, you were age 9, was it?
9.
Or younger than that?
9
age
years
9,
old.
Mom said, I'm done cooking.
She did. It was big, and I'll never forget where we were. She made the announcement. We're done. The next night, we sat down and we mapped out what fast food places we were going to on what nights. And this is a true story. It's not an exaggeration at all. So I have eaten fast food regularly since I was 9 years old. I happen to like it. I'm not willing to change, to be quite honest with you. I have had many people in my life suggest that I should change.
By the way, you know I'm not one of them.
Exactly.
I gave it a shot quickly. You pretty much put the hand up and said, shut up. And I'm like, okay, that's what he does. That's who he is.
You do your thing.
Right.
You know, I'll do mine. You know, it's good.
Doesn't mean you won't go have a good meal. We've had you and I had a tremendous dinner in New Orleans when we were there. We've had a lot of nice dinners together over the years.
Yes.
Doesn't mean you won't eat other things, but
no.
When you're in a hurry and you need a food item, it's a fast food item. That's it.
I will pay an awful lot of money for a steak. I have no problem, by the way. Okay. No problem. Okay. Anyway. So my mom's staying at a hotel, which is about a mile from my daughter, her granddaughter, and her 2 great grandkids. And it's about 35 minutes from me. So, and she wants to rent a car. I won't let her. Okay. So we pick her up. We drive around, the whole deal. It's just a way to spend more time together.
Yep.
So my wife says to me today, what are your mother and you going to do for lunch? And I go, oh, I got it taken care of. She goes, really? What are you going to do? I said, we're going to Wendy's. She just looked at me. And she goes, well, I know you two love your fast food, but how do you know it's going to be Wendy's? And I go, well, because I know how much my mother loves Wendy's. And when I suggest it, she's not going to say, no, I want to do BK or I want to do McDonald's or I want to do whatever. She's going to be like, oh, great. That's fantastic. So when someone literally, as the commercial break was ending, said, hey, David, when's the last time you had a Frosty at Wendy's? Well, it's going to be sometime in the next 3 hours, sir, if you must know.
By the way, I don't think they did it that way. He did point out that he thinks it's changed. He was asking an expert their opinion. You are an expert when it comes to this area.
Thank you. I feel like Marissa Tomei in the movie, okay? Okay, in which if you challenge my expertise on this topic, I'm pretty sure when I'm done, okay, you will go, he qualifies as an expert.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Maybe I'll pitch this to Moffat for a sponsorship. 1863, we start. Samuel Clemens uses the pen name Mark Twain. How about that? I can't even say it. In a Virginia City newspaper for the very first time. The Territorial Enterprise was the name of the newspaper. David and I love our newspaper names.
Yes, we do.
Today in 1876, Albert Spalding invests $800 to start a sporting goods company, manufacturing the first official baseball, tennis ball, basketball, golf ball, and football. Mentioned it yesterday. It was the last concert, but it was actually today, the day known as the day the music died. Buddy Holly, Richie Valens, and J.P. Richardson, a.k.a. the Big Bopper, die in a plane crash near Clear Lake, Iowa. Sinatra, today in 60, launches the first fully artist-owned label, Reprise Records, so he can have his own masters. Dean Martin, Rosemary Clooney joined the label, which is then sold to Warner Brothers in 63, where it became the home to a number of famous acts like Jimi Hendrix, Joni Mitchell, and Green Day. Meet the Beatles in 64 goes gold today. Elton John's first number one hit in America today in 73, Crocodile Rock. For your mother, I don't know if she's listening or if she's just getting ready for her Frosty, but today in 79, YMCA peaks at number 2 on the pop singles chart.
And later this year, she would head to Madison Square Garden dressed up as one of the Village People for the concert.
1989, Wild Thing by Tone Loc becomes the first rap single certified platinum with sales at over 1 million. Come on. You liked it. You all liked it. I liked it.
Doing it in my head right now.
There's no doubt. You tell me you didn't like Wild Thing, I'm probably going to call you a liar. I really am. I don't believe you, unless you're very young and don't remember it. The 4 police officers charged with beating Rodney King began today in 93. You mentioned Stamkos tying this man, but it was today in 98 as a Florida Panther that Dino Ciccarelli becomes the 9th to score 600 career goals. All right. 2002, Super Bowl 36 at the Superdome. Patriots beat the Rams 20-17, and a new era had begun.
Big underdogs, 14 and change.
And as you point out, Madden was calling for what?
Fox. That was Summerall and Madden's last game.
Yeah.
And Madden was saying that 2 minutes to go and the Patriots
Play
got
for
it deep
overtime.
in their own end just to get to overtime. I would not open it up here. So I applaud him for taking the stand. I think that's what, analysts should do. And the Patriots with some safe passes, and one of them broke. And next thing you know, they're out near close to the 40, and they're like, okay, let's do it.
2008 at the University of Phoenix Stadium in Glendale, Arizona, Super Bowl 42. The Giants 17, the Patriots 14. Eli, your MVP. 2013 in New Orleans once again. Great game. Ravens beat the Niners 34-31. Joe Flacco, your MVP. For those of you into halftime, that was Beyonce and the reuniting of Destiny's Child. That was a big halftime.
And the power failure that came right after it.
Right.
And it was a huge break for Tracy Wolfson. She was the college sideline reporter for CBS. CBS had the game. All right, Tracy is not doing anything at halftime. The power failure happened since the game was in New Orleans. Some of the support staff were people from LSU. Tracy ran out onto the field, got information from the college people that the NFL people were not giving out. And she said, throw it down to me. I got info. And Tracy, a year later, was on the NFL.
Do you give an assist to Les Miles, who loved Tracy more than any other sideline reporter? And because of that, you could argue that Les told the LSU people to make sure she gets whatever she wants.
Les was
I'll give him an assist.
Well, I think you should give LSU football an assist because we did so many of their games the 5 years leading up to that power failure. But that's the story behind the story. Tracy was more connected during that power failure than anyone else at CBS.
2019 Super Bowl 53, the worst Super Bowl in the history of Super Bowls. The Patriots beat the Rams 13-3. Greg the Leg missed a chip shot field goal that cost me nearly $8,000.
I do think it was
that son of a bitch.
I do think it was around 40 yards. I don't know if it was a chip shot, but
he was the best kicker in the league.
I know, and he should have made it. It would have cut it to 7. We would have gone to the onside kick, right? And he missed it, and the game was over. And it cost you how much again?
About $8,000.
Okay, good.
Not that I remember.
Well, I have to admit, that's enough money to hold a grudge. It is.
Because I would have it was an every point change, and the final score got the rest of the kitty. And the final score got just shy of $8,000.
Yep.
And I mean, the odds are they're not going to get the onside kick. They're going to kneel. Game over. Whatever. Norman Rockwell, who didn't have a Rockwell in there? My mom had the Rockwell plates. And gangster Pretty Boy Floyd would have celebrated birthdays today. Fran Tarkington is 86. Bob Greasy, 81. Fred Lynn, 74. Tough guy Tiger Williams, 72. Great receiver John Jefferson, 70. And for David and I, Nathan Lane is 70. I didn't know that John Wayne walked like that. Vlade Divac is 58. And Retief Goosen is 57. What did I miss, David?
Oh, come on. I'm done after that.
Yeah, I know. I threw a birdcage line at you, and I just stopped you in your tracks.
I'm going to have 40 clips in my head before the show's done. Bob Dole is gorgeous. Spectacular movie.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
We go down under for the good. This is a hell of a story. A 13-year-old boy has been hailed as a hero for swimming 4 kilometers through rough waters to help after his mother and 2 siblings were swept out to sea. Their inflatable paddle boats and kayaks were pushed offshore because of strong winds. He tried to paddle back. Then he took on the water by himself. He swam for 4 hours to shore and successfully raised the alarm. They saved his mom and his siblings, 47-year-old mom. Her other 12-year-old son and 8-year-old daughter were found at 8:30 p.m., 14 kilometers offshore. Did I mention he was 13 and swam in the ocean for hours? That's amazing.
That is.
Really is. For the bad, well, we come back home. Lee County, Florida, where a man broke in to the Sabre de Marencho food truck early Saturday morning, stealing cash and leaving the owner fearful for his safety. I'm not sure why he's fearful, but the food truck's on Palm Beach Boulevard, and it was broken into at 3:30 in the morning. I have to be honest. I could see being fearful for my safety if the food truck was broken into at lunch while he was open. But they didn't steal a ton of money. About $500 was stolen and $200 in damage. So hopefully the man who stayed open can get his food truck fixed quickly. And finally, the ugly. We go to Charlotte County, where our team Korzak was arrested for a couple of things. He is accused of abandoning a derelict sailboat, and then he broke into a residence where he docked the sailboat. He apparently attached a cinder block to the boat to act as an anchor, and then, well, made his way into a residence. They found out he was there because he was smoking on the front porch, and he left clothing items in and around the house. Not sure how much he stole, but he did leave his shoes, some food, towels, and a metal sand sifter. He was arrested for unoccupied dwelling and petty theft. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, February the 3rd, brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department, hiring new officers, great jobs available, signing bonuses. For all information, go to capecops.com, capecops.com.
3 system plays tonight. Undefeated 22-0 Miami of Ohio, a 5.5-point road favorite at Buffalo. First off, how great is it for these MAC schools? I mean, they're getting sold out crowds home and away from Miami of Ohio. That's awesome. Just awesome. St. John's 10.5-point favorites at DePaul. The St. John's sleepwalk through this game the way Michigan State did Rutgers last week, leading into their showdown with Michigan. St. John's has a showdown with the UConn at the end of the week. And 21-1 St. Louis, 9.5-point favorites at Davidson. Some of what's going on tonight in college hoop: 3rd-ranked UConn, 4th-ranked Duke, both at home, both big favorites.
Lightning at home for the Sabres tonight. Sabres coming off the win against the Panthers. They've been playing terrific hockey, not as good as Tampa Bay, who's the hottest team in the league. Miller and Moulton. Seth Everett tomorrow. We'll talk more Super Bowl. Thanks so much for listening. Have a great Tuesday. That's Tuesday, remember?
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Get ready, Southwest Florida. The Southwest Florida Ag Expo is back. Now's the time to save big with the Mega Pass. Your all-in-one ticket to the fun, one low price. Get you one-day admission and unlimited midway rides. Mega Passes available online through February 26th at swflagexpo.com. Don't wait. Grab yours. Get ready for roots, rides, and real fun. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. FloorMeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
At the Diamond District, we've built our inventory since day one.
We never pass on beautiful jewelry. For years, we've chosen exceptional diamonds and fine jewelry.
And when you buy with love for 2 decades,
your vault fills with extraordinary jewelry. That's why we're emptying the vault now through Valentine's Day. Enjoy rare pricing on jewelry chosen to celebrate love, connection, and commitment.
Will you be mine? Starts with diamonds from the Diamond District. Hablamos Espanol.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Hey, football fans, Jimmy the Beef Guy here. This is coming up fast. Wait, did you just beat me? You mean I can't say soup? Whatever. So, guys, if you're having a football party, don't wait till last minute. Remember, guys, our beef packages come with the beef, the gravy, the bread, the peppers. All you have to do is heat and serve. So call me now or stop in one of our 2 locations in Bonita Springs or Fort Myers. And again, guys, please don't wait till last minute, man. Put your orders in now.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Thanks, man. Great job. Sorry about that little snafu. It just,
No, I'm sorry about it. Like
whatever,
I say,
it happens. It happens.
Yeah, I need to pay. Like I say, I get so used to most of them videoing in.
Rick, I do the same. Trust me, when I'm sitting there, I do the same thing.
Okay,
I do the same. I'm like, oh shit, we got to call somebody because I'm just not used to it because the video link makes that so much easier.
Yes, it does. So yeah, I'll be hyper conscious. Hope to see you tomorrow.
No, you will. I'll be fine. Just won't get a lot of sleep tonight.
Awesome. All right, buddy. See you tomorrow.
All right. See you later.
Bye, Mark.
Yeah, I think I already kicked a doctor out this morning, so I probably need to get off of this thing. Talk to everybody tomorrow.